Yes. Yes, here.
Great. Felix, are you online?
Yes.
Excellent. And finally, Suzanne, are you online?
Yep, I'm here.
Great. Okay. Well, I think we're ready to start then. Could you guys go behind? Could you guys go behind the tape? Yeah. Sweet. Sorry, the tape is like kind of in two different places, but my concept is that is one room, this is another room. We're going to try to keep the people on this side to lower than 10.
But you know, Eric, do you have a computer that's streaming live somewhere? Yes. Then I think those are our Granicus people, so they could just wait.
Go upstairs if that's what you're trying to do.
That'd be perfect. The fewer people in here, the better. If folks don't have to be here and don't have to be on this side, on the dais.
Yep, yeah, we'll head upstairs. I just want to make sure everything's starting good, so.
So Eric, my only question is, did you check to make sure that Granicus is live streaming?
I haven't yet right now.
Okay, great.
We'll go check.
Thank you.
Okay. Close. Well, close as can be expected. All right, we ready?
Ready?
Okay. Call this meeting of the Anchorage Assembly to order. Madam Clerk, could you please take a roll call?
Yes, Mr. Chair. Ms. LaFrance.
Present telephonically.
Ms. Zalatel.
Here.
Mr. Rivera.
Thank you.
Ms. Kennedy.
Here.
Mr. Dunbar.
Here.
Mr. Weddleton.
Here.
Mr. Peterson.
President on the phone.
Mr. Constant.
Here.
Ms. Quinn Davidson.
Here.
Mr. Perez Verdia. Mr. Dyson. You have a quorum.
Great. Let's see here. Mr. Slivka, could you please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, minutes of the previous meetings, there are none. Obviously, for folks watching at home, it's an unusual night tonight. The vast majority of my colleagues have agreed to appear telephonically, which I really appreciate. It's going to slow things down a little bit tonight. We're taking our testimony telephonically as well. We're in a very unusual time right now, and we are trying to do what's best for public health, for the health of our staff, and to conform to both the mayor and the governor's executive orders. And to that end, we've tried to also have some fairly extreme social distancing for the folks that are here. And we've taped off part of the room, which I consider a separate room and a separate meeting than the folks that are up on the dais here. With that, we can go to the mayor's report. Mr. Mayor. I think you're mayor.
Thank you. There we go. I appreciate that you can redesign by fiat, and so that's an interesting way of doing architecture.
Mm-hmm.
I did want to offer a quick few words by way of a report, is that the people of Anchorage have responded incredibly well to the coronavirus and to the orders that are in place. For the most part, there has been widespread acceptance of the social distancing that's been required, that there have been almost complete compliance with the orders that affected businesses that have to close down, and It is my intent, and I would imagine the intent of the Assembly, that we are going to be able to manage both the public health crisis and the fiscal crisis that have ensued. And we're going to do everything we can to make sure that people's jobs come back at some point. We're going to do everything we can to make sure that businesses have the wherewithal to deal with the fiscal constraints that we're operating under. The municipality has already done things like make sure that there are no shutoffs for any of the utilities that we're associated with, and the other utilities in town have also agreed to do the same thing. Should the legislature offer some kind of supplemental permanent fund or kind of payment to people, that will not be subject to garnishment. And I also want to assure the Assembly, as Mr. Slifka indicated to you early, and I believe it was an idea that was also circulating independently amongst the Assembly, we are going to do what we can to push the property taxes back a month, and we're going to make every other kind of accommodation that we can within the municipality's constraints. I also think that as soon as we know what the federal stimulus package looks like, we'll be able to incorporate a lot of that into some of the planning that we have in terms of what we can do to stabilize the municipality's fiscal situation, not just for the municipality, but for the people and the businesses that operate here. And we're also looking forward to seeing what happens down in Juneau at the statewide level. It's going to take a great deal of coordination between the state and the municipality for us to be able to manage this incredibly complex and fast-moving situation from a fiscal situation, from a fiscal perspective. And we are trying to operate with a greater degree of harmony than we've had in the past. And we're going to continue to try and do that. But the prime directive right now is to flatten the curve, to make sure that we're doing everything we can to prepare the municipality for the arrival of the coronavirus, which fortunately we've taken appropriate measures to slow it down and to flatten the curve, and should there be any questions, we can answer them as we move forward. But you should be incredibly proud to live in a community like this. The first responders, the Emergency Operations Center is doing us all incredibly proud.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. All right, on to the Assembly Chair's report. I won't repeat what I said earlier, but I will mention that we have a special meeting on the 31st of this month, which I have called, where we will address a couple of different things. It will be here at 5 o'clock in the Assembly chambers. It will be live on television, as is this meeting. We will again be taking testimony via email and telephone, but I'm going to close the chambers again to the public, again to prevent the potential spread of the coronavirus. With that, we will go to committee reports, and I'm just going to go down where people would be sitting on the dais. So we'll start with you, Mr. Dyson.
Nothing to report.
Thank you, Mr. Dyson. Mr. Perez-Verdia.
Thank you. Actually, I don't have a committee report, but I would like to take the opportunity. I know we're going to be discussing it today, but I'd like to take the opportunity to do a quick land acknowledgement, if that's okay.
Yeah, please, Mr. Perez-Verdia.
Thank you. So for those that are listening, a land acknowledgement is a formal statement recognizing the indigenous people of a place. It's a public gesture of appreciation for the past and present indigenous stewardship of the land that we now occupy. It is an actionable statement that marks our collective movement towards decolonization and equity. Tonight, the Anchorage Assembly would like to acknowledge that we gather today on the traditional lands of the Dena'ina people. For more than 1,000 years, the Dena'ina have been and continue to be the original stewards of this land. It's with gratefulness and respect that we recognize the contributions, innovations, and contemporary perspectives of the Dena'ina people. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Perez-Verdia. One second. And I apologize for those on the phone or those on the on TV. I'm trying to manage a number of folks that are calling in and their requests via text as I'm doing this. That is the best system we have devised, and it's going to lead me to delay occasionally. All right, with that, we'll continue. Miss Quinn Davidson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As you know, also chair of the Budget and Finance Committee that was supposed to be held on March 19th. We canceled that given everything that everyone is working on surrounding the coronavirus. Canceled our April 1st Health Policy Committee, Suzanne Friends and I, in order to give the department director time to focus on the pandemic instead. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Quinn Davidson. Mr. Constant.
Thank you. The Utilities Enterprise Oversight Committee was postponed for this month. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Mr. Peterson. Mr. Peterson, do you have a...
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The Public Safety Committee that was supposed to be held earlier this month was canceled, and I believe the Ethics and Election Committee meeting is scheduled for tomorrow has also been canceled. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Peterson. Mr. Weddleton.
Okay. The AMAB meetings for last month and this month were canceled, and coincidentally with the virus, they're actually busy working up responses to the Metropolitan Transportation Plan 2040. So we didn't really have much to meet on anyway. The Community and Economic Development Committee has also canceled in respect to the social distancing for the virus.
Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. Ms. Kennedy.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As Mr. Peterson said, the Ethics and Elections Committee meetings have recently been canceled, but I will take this opportunity to just update everybody to make sure that everyone knows, at least those listening in, that there have been some changes to the Accessible Vote Center openings, and I certainly hope that Ms. Jones will correct me if I say any of this wrong, but it looks like now we will only have the City Hall Accessible Vote Center that will be opening on March 30th. But because we are in the middle of a mail-in ballot election, we certainly want people to remember to vote and to use the drop boxes that are in multiple locations around the city. And then just so everybody gets clarification, there's been a lot of information going around about whether or not the ballot, if you put a stamp on it, mail, will actually make it to the election center if you haven't put the correct postage on it. And the answer is yes, we do want people to put the correct postage on, but if for whatever reason you fail to do so, the ballots will not be returned, but they will make their way to the election center and municipality. So just wanted to give that update. And again, if Ms. Jones has anything to add to that, I would certainly welcome that at this time.
Thank you, Ms. Kennedy. Ms. Jones, do you want to follow up on that at all?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Ms. Kennedy. The only thing I'd like to add is that if voters have any questions, they can call the voter hotline at 243-VOTE, 243-8683. We're standing by to help them.
Thank you, Ms. Jones. Ms. Zalatel.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The Committee on Homelessness was canceled, and we're hoping to provide some sort of written update on our committee's webpage in the next week or so. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you, Ms. Zalatel. Mr. Rivera?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The Rules Committee at the end of the month has been canceled. I want to give a quick update on the 2020 census. Self-response for the census has been extended to August 14th, so that's a slight extension there. Non-response follow-up, so people knocking on your door if you don't respond. That is planned to begin on May 7th, but we'll see if that gets extended. The Census Bureau does still expect to deliver results to the state on time in 2021. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Rivera. Ms. LaFrance?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Nothing to add.
Thank you, Ms. LaFrance. Okay, at this time, I would like a motion to incorporate the addendum to the agenda and laid on the table items.
So moved.
Thank you.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Is there any opposition to that motion? I'll give a moment for folks on the phone. Okay, hearing no opposition, the addendum and the laid on the table items have been incorporated. At this time, we'll go down through and see if there are any items that my colleagues would like to pull. We'll start with Mr. Dyson.
No items.
Thank you, Mr. Dyson. Mr. Perez-Verdia.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Quinn Davidson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to pull 9B2 and 9F12.
That's 9 Bravo 2 and 9 Echo 12. I'm sorry, Foxtrot 12.
Yes, got it.
Thank you. Okay. Let's see. Mr. Constant.
No items, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Mr. Peterson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. No items this evening.
Thank you, Mr. Peterson. Mr. Weddleton.
Nothing.
Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. Ms. Kennedy.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to call 9 Delta 11. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Kennedy. Mr. Rivera.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. No additional items.
Thank you, Mr. Rivera. Ms. Zalatel.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. No additional items.
Thank you, Ms. Zalatel. Ms. LaFrance.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. No additional items.
Thank you, Ms. LaFrance. All right, so I have 9 Bravo 2, 9 Delta 11, and 9 Foxtrot 12. Are there any additional items that I missed or that folks would like to add? Could I have a motion to approve the balance of the consent agenda minus the pulled items?
Move to approve.
Moved. Can I get a second?
Second.
Thank you. I believe that was Ms. LaFrance.
Ms. Zalatel.
My fault. Moved by Mr. Constant, seconded by Ms. Zalatel. Any objection to this motion? Give a moment for those on the phone. Okay. Hearing no objection, that motion passes. So now we are back to item 9 Bravo 2. That's on the addendum. Resolution number AR 2020-90, a resolution of the Anchorage Assembly informing residents the transmission or exposure of COVID-19 to another person is a criminal act and encouraging residents to adhere to Centers for Disease Control and Prevention guidelines and the mayor's and governor's orders in the public health emergency, introduced by Assemblymember Dyson. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Moved by Mr. Dyson. Do we have a second?
Second, Kennedy.
Moved and seconded. Discussion on this item. Give me one moment to... Okay. Would anyone like to speak to this item? If you're on the phone, please shoot me a text, and I'll put you in the queue. So far, I do not have anyone. Oh, I'm sorry. Mr. Dyson.
Yeah, thank you. I move to approve or amend.
Okay.
This is conceptual, but I think I can explain it. Line 32, take out the or, add a comma, and then after intentionally add or, intentionally add recklessly. So it would read, and report people who knowingly, intentionally, and recklessly expose others to the OVICD 19.
Do we have a second on that amendment? Okay, the amendment was moved by Mr. Dyson, seconded by Mr. Perez-Verdia. Discussion on the amendment. Mr. Dyson.
Yeah, thank you. I hope folks aren't overreacting here, but the main thing is here, of course, to encourage people to follow the standards that have come out both nationally and in our state. The last item here is that encourages folks to report dangerous behavior is not unlike when we see a reckless driver speeding and weaving in and out of traffic and acting erratically, or we see somebody wandering up and down the street firing random shots in the air, that we report that dangerous behavior. And of course, communicable diseases are lots of ways more subjective, but this is only when people recognize reckless behavior that's going on and endangering others knowingly, intentionally, and recklessly. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Dyson. Mr. Weddleton, to the amendment.
Well, could that be repeated? I didn't quite catch it.
He's adding the word recklessly to, could you identify the line number again, Mr.?
32.
33.
Oh, 32, yeah, who knowingly, recklessly, or intentionally.
I have a different version.
No?
It's a substitute version.
Okay, got it. I'll speak on the main thing when we're there.
Okay.
Are the words the same, the line numbers are just different?
Looks
Okay. So the one difference is that those are submitted electronically, and these are printed by reprographics. It could be something as simple as that. It shouldn't happen that way.
All right. We have a discrepancy in the electronic and the printed version in terms of line number, but as of yet, we haven't been able to identify any substantive changes. Ms. Quinn Davidson, to the, oh, I'm sorry, you're for the main motion. Okay. Is there anyone else who would like to speak to the amendment? I have folks in the queue for the main motion. Okay, not hearing anyone, please vote on the amendment. Madam Clerk, could you take the vote?
So do you want to do the telephone people first?
Yes.
Okay. Mr. Weddleton.
Yes.
Ms. Zolotel.
No.
Ms. Kennedy.
Yes.
Mr. Rivera.
No.
Ms. LaFrance.
Yes.
Mr. Peterson.
No.
Ms. Quinn Davidson.
No.
Mr. Perez-Verdia.
No.
Okay. Are you ready for everyone else to vote?
Yes, please. That motion failed 4-7. We are now back to the main motion. I have Ms. Quinn Davidson in the queue.
Sure, thank you, Mr. Chair. I wanted to thank Mr. Dyson because I know that he's doing this for the right reasons, which is, we've heard about people in Costco with groups of folks too close together and just not taking this seriously, and I appreciate that. On the other hand, I think that all this does is scare people. We all know that if a family member has COVID-19, that person could easily spread it to, say, a parent's child. And I actually emailed Dean and Mr. Dyson the week to say that I was concerned about how the public would react to this. If it's already a law, I don't think we need to restate it. And you can see that my concern was justified. We had a number of emails today with folks who thought we were implementing a new law trying to prevent the spread of COVID-19. So I can't support this resolution, even though I know the intent is to have people try to control their behavior and make smart. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Quinn-Davidson. Mr. Weddleton.
Thank you. I guess to share Ms. Quinn-Davidson's points there that I'm a little bit nervous about. I think this is pretty simple, and we kind of want people to be careful. But I'm worried, and it also leaves up, but I don't know who the proper authorities are. That Mr. Dyson could address that.
Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. Mr. Dyson, do you want to speak to that?
Sure. Be health authorities, and indeed, if necessary, and became if the person wouldn't cease and desist, then it may indeed become a law enforcement issue.
Thank you, Mr. Dyson. Mr. Rivera.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I agree with Ms. Quinn-Davidson. I want to thank Mr. Dyson for bringing this forward, but I will be a no vote on this for a few reasons. First, I think we as leaders should really take our cue from public health experts. And there is no public health agency right now that is recommending reporting infected people to law enforcement. Not WHO, not the CDC, not the Alaska Division of Public Health, not, as far as I know, the municipal health department. So the public health community has overwhelmingly spoken out against the punitive law enforcement approach in times of epidemics, and that's where we are now. And like Ms. Quinn-Davidson said, this could lead to people panicking, and that's the last thing that we need. And then last thing I'll say on this is, how do you know when someone is actually knowingly or intentionally transmitting this if we lack tests to actually know if people have the virus or not? So there's a lot of concerns that I have, and I'll be voting no.
Thank you, Mr. Rivera. Ms. Zalatel?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to stand behind what my colleagues have said in terms of their opposition to this, and also acknowledge that we did receive a lot of public testimony using the email opportunity, and it was overwhelmingly not in favor of this particular resolution. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Zalatel. Is there any other discussion on this item? Mr. Dyson.
Yeah, thank you. Boy, this line of discussion here is bewildering to me. But so on the radio, I tuned in here, and so a person called up really upset to the talk show host and said a fellow worker who has been put under quarantine is here at work and in close proximity, and there are two people here who are very vulnerable because of compromising health issues, and what do I do? And so if I'm following the line of reasoning here from my colleagues who are against this, I guess the line of reasoning is don't do anything. If you know someone is endangering others in this particular way, don't do anything. Or and so on, and for us to suggest that they act proactively to protect the innocent people is going to cause panic. I don't get it. And I don't understand while this particular kind of danger we're facing is any different than facing the danger of a reckless driver or firearms violations or something like that. And of course, you can't and shouldn't report them for doing it knowingly unless you know that indeed they are either been diagnosed or been put under quarantine. And certainly you would know if you're observing the conduct, whether it was intentional or not. So the standard here of knowing and intentional is very clear. If you don't know and it isn't intentional, then the Assembly, by passing this, would not be encouraging you to take action. But if you know that there's danger and it's intentional that somebody is endangering others, I believe it's the responsibility of all of us to do what we can to mitigate that danger. And I don't understand why that is a problem. Certainly we're all in this together, and we're all trying to help each other out, and we're not out looking for people who are violating it and so on. But indeed, when there's someone here that is recklessly, intentionally, knowingly endangering others, I believe it's the responsibility of all of us to do what we can to alleviate the situation. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Dyson. Ms. Kennedy?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I do have a couple questions, and I'm not sure who might want to answer these, but one of the remarks was made that we already have laws that exist about, I'm assuming that they were talking about laws that exist against transmitting any kind of infectious disease, and I guess I was thinking in terms of the idea of transmitting AIDS. I think maybe there were some laws about knowingly transmitting AIDS, and I don't know if that applies in the state of Alaska, if that was anyway, so that would be my question, is what laws are we talking about that already exist, or do they, in terms of that being a prosecutable offense of knowingly transmitting a communicable disease? And then my other question is, if those laws do exist, then what avenue is there already available for people to actually report somebody that they believe is purposefully or knowingly, they may not be trying to intend to infect somebody, but if they are knowingly in situations where they can transmit the disease that they have, then I would like to know how does one go about reporting something like that? Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Kennedy. Is there one of the attorneys might want to answer that, or the sponsor, Mr. Dyson? Ms. Kennedy's questions.
Yeah, I'll take a try.
Okay.
Yeah, so we're not making law here. This resolution is just recommending, following the CDC's guidelines and so on, and when you see knowing somebody intentionally violating those guidelines, that you can report it. There is already on the books all kinds, or a statute law about reckless endangerment, and we're not changing the law. We're just recommending people who know of a objective risk do what they can to mitigate, to stop it.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Dyson. Do you have a follow-up, Ms. Kennedy?
No, I appreciate that. And then I guess my comment then, though, is that I did, at first when I read this, I wanted to support it because I thought it was the very same thing, just allowing people to understand that there is a criminal act component to the potential for knowingly spreading a disease, a highly infectious and potentially deadly disease. So this resolution, when I read it, I felt that was doing the same thing that Mr. Dyson said, that it was kind of letting people know that these kinds of laws exist, similar to what I said in terms of how it's illegal to knowingly spread AIDS. So, or anything else, TB, which apparently is beginning to become a little more prevalent than it used to be in the past. So anyway, I don't see a problem with this. I think it's interesting, the comments that I've heard that it might instill fear and start more panic. I think if anything, we might have a conversation about that when we talk about powers of the municipality to quarantine and isolate individuals. So that definitely strikes in the heart of most people. But anyway, I guess I fail to see where this actually is anything more than alerting people to the fact that they are protected by the ability to report somebody that they think might be consciously and purposefully spreading this disease, especially when there are mayor and governor orders out for people to act more appropriately and isolate or quarantine themselves. So anyway, I'll support this, and I would hope that other people would change their minds on the fact that we do need to alert people to more of the dangers and basically make sure that they know they have an expectation of protection and they do have the ability to question somebody's actions when necessary. So thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Kennedy. Mr. Perez-Radia?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think my question was answered. I wanted to just, my question was already answered by the conversation with Ms. Kennedy. Is there not an attorney present on the call?
We have two attorneys. Well, we have more attorneys than that, but we have two attorneys here that are on the dais, Ms. Vogel and Mr. Gates. Would either of you like to comment on any of the questions that have been asked?
Yeah, I would just like for them to comment on the question that Ms. Kennedy asked in terms of the current laws that exist around potentially spreading a virus or disease. If they could just speak to that in terms of what is currently in place in Anchorage.
This is Dean Gates. Yes, I have researched this a little bit in the past, and I also conferred with the law department recently. So our understanding is there's currently in state statute the criminal offense that would apply to intentional or, I guess, knowingly or even recklessly spreading contagious disease would be the general criminal offenses of assault in the first, second, third, fourth degree, and reckless endangerment. There isn't a specific statute about contagious disease spread. There is, though, as we have another ordinance modeled after it, state statutes about isolation and quarantine, the powers of the state, and the Department of Health and Social Services to order certain persons to do certain things. It doesn't include a specific assault type of offense in it, though, that I recall. And perhaps our municipal attorney had something to add.
Ms. Vogel?
Through the chair, yes, thank you. So one, we talked to Health Department because this has come up about should there be a specific criminal statute tailored to knowing exposure of a disease, and this has come up in different eras depending on the disease going around. And one of the answers that the Health Department has given when consulted is it's already punishable by assault type crimes in state law, and that's a preferred route to go relative to criminalizing specifically knowing exposure when you've been tested, because they don't want to discourage testing. So yes, we've definitely said this has some coverage in current state laws. I think that answers the question.
Thank you, Ms. Vogel. Mr. Perez-Radia?
Yeah, I just want to thank Thank you. I appreciate that. I want to just quickly, this may be slightly out of order, but there's a number of emails coming in saying that people can't hear, and I will second that it's very difficult to understand most people, and so I'm not sure if there's something that we can do to try to address that. Sound is extremely poor, and it's difficult to catch what people are saying.
Thank you. Yeah, for folks that are in the room, if you could speak directly into the mic and perhaps try to enunciate a little bit more than usual. For folks on the phone, I think it greatly varies based on your phone connection. We might have to take a pause and try to address that after we've settled this resolution. Mr. Constant, you're in the queue.
Yeah, thank you. Two things. One, just to Ms. Kennedy, the panic that was referenced that I heard a few members talk about, if you had the opportunity to read the public comments that were emailed to you, email after email, read things like, I'm strongly opposed to the wording of AR 2020-90. I feel support encouraging residents to follow CDC guidelines and to encourage residents to follow the mayor's and governor's orders. However, I find it extremely alarming to encourage residents to report other residents to the, quote, proper authorities using subjective reasoning. One neighbor may think letting kids play outdoors is intentionally spreading COVID-19, etc. And there are tens and tens of these. There's a huge stack of them that came in out of nowhere. So that, really the panic is out there. It's very interesting to read, and I certainly don't want to be party to that. Second, it's interesting we're talking about how this is just a resolution. It doesn't create the force of law, but if you look in your stack of amendments, there is an amendment that takes the next step in our documents tonight on an item coming up. And so, in fact, some of these members of the public who might be lighting their hair on fire, tying their knickers in a knot, and swinging from the chandeliers about their fear are anticipating what may come. And so I believe that we should be very careful with our language, and I don't think that this language is careful enough for the situation we have. And to the point of mumbled telephony, I would offer to the members who are speaking, maybe when it's your turn to speak, come off of speakerphone and speak directly into your microphone.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Okay, is there any other comments on this resolution? Mr. Dyson?
Yeah, thank you. So, if we reject this, I hope people don't understand that this assembly is saying, if you know you see the circumstance where somebody's endangering others, who you know has the disease, and are out in a position where they could be spreading it, I hope you don't think that just because the assembly didn't vote for it, that this assembly is asking you to turn a blind eye and not be responsible. I think that Mr. Constant, my friend Mr. Constant's extrapolating from a couple of score emails we got means that there's general panic or jeopardy of it in the population. That's a logic trail that I think we shouldn't go down. People, as the mayor said, in our city are responding very maturely and rationally to this situation we're in, and there's a great deal of goodwill, and I hope that continues. But it is a responsibility of all of us citizens when we see people endangered by reckless behavior, whether it's with an automobile, a gun, or with a very communicable disease, that we act aggressively and thoughtfully to arrest that behavior. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Dyson. Mr. Peterson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I was going to say that it's unfortunate that Mr. Chair. It's unfortunate that there are some people that might take this as an opportunity to go out and accuse people of things that are, whether they really doing it or not. And I think that would just create too much divisiveness in the community. And so I'm going to go along with a lot of the testimony that we've received and be a no vote on this. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Peterson. Would anyone else like to speak to this resolution?
Mr. Chair, just one last note.
Mr. Constant.
Thank you. There was a very terrifying video of a man purporting to be just tested and going out. This was in North Carolina this week. And in his video saying, I'm out here spreading this virus. And he was promptly arrested for false statements, and he's now going through the correctional system for making false statements. And so I think it benefits us all to continue hewing to the approach that we are one community and that we're going to get through this together. And those kind of horror stories, hopefully they don't show up here. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Would anyone else like to speak to this item? Seeing none, please vote on this item. We'll start with the people on the phone.
Mr. Weddleton.
No.
Ms. Zalatel.
No.
Ms. Kennedy.
Yes.
Mr. Rivera.
No.
Ms. LaFrance.
No.
Mr. Peterson.
Mr. Peterson? I apologize. Mr. Peterson, could you vote again, please?
No.
Thank you.
Ms. Quinn Davidson.
No.
Mr. Perez Verdilla.
No.
Are you ready?
Yes. That's not my vote. Please vote. That item fails 2-9. Before we go on to item 9 Delta 11, we're going to take a pause now and we're going to try to resolve some of these audio issues. So for folks on the phone, we're going to try to make sure that we can hear you clearly, and we'll take a brief break.
No. On Granicus? Hello, hello. It's probably about a 5-second delay. It's about a 5-second or so at least. Might be up to 10. Hello, hello. Is the music off, Ralph? Yes. And this is turned up to regular. Yeah, okay. Because we actually get the sound in there after this. So we're downstream of you guys.
Okay, so the music stopped, but no.
Oh, there we go. We heard John. That sounds clear.
Oh, yeah, it's about a minute delay.
Mr. Dunbar, talk on the phone, please.
Test. We're testing the audio from the chair's microphone.
Yeah, it's a good 90 seconds almost.
Fred, could you speak into your microphone a little bit?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Okay.
That sounds pretty good. From the chair's microphone. That's Horace. Now we need to hear somebody on the phone. Somebody on the phone say something.
I'm on the phone. This is Crystal.
Okay, great.
I'm using my speaker function. So how's that working?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
So it's great.
Okay, now what? See, that sounds beautiful.
Nah, it was just loud, but that's
So every time somebody on the phone talks, I'm having to go like down. But I can't keep doing that because, Pete is really loud and I'm putting him down, and Crystal, that I'm messing with it in the middle of the test, they're speaking and it's just not working. So.
It's going
Okay, yeah, should we just unhook it and redo it?
No.
You might be able to adjust the gain on that one, right? Oh, done that.
Nah, it was just loud.
This is Bill Paul. Someone.
Bill Falsey is going to tell us how to fix it.
Bill, if you're online, you're very quiet.
Well, I'll try speaking again just in case anyone can hear me. As an observation for someone on the phone, it sounds like all the other people on the phone are appropriately volumed, but all the in-room sound doesn't even sound like it's coming from a direct feed from the microphone. It really sounds like we're just getting an ambient room recording. There's lots of room echo, and I don't know how we're putting sound from the mic to the phone.
We can't understand you, Bill. You're too quiet and you're breaking up.
Wait, John. It's already set up that way.
Well, this is a mixer, so we can adjust. We're just going to go through this.
But the way I think there might be something wrong with the way the phone is set up, because it's worked before. Do we have a mistake here in the way we set this up today?
So in the Granicus, you can hear the people on the phone. Okay. So the two issues are the people on the phone can't really hear people in the room if they're far away from the center. And then the people on the phone are coming in at different volumes. That makes it difficult for people, I guess, on TV to hear.
Yeah, because Barb has to either crank up the volume, which
Yeah.
makes some people come in too loud,
Yep.
which can break up really bad on the internet, or it's too quiet and you can't hear it.
Okay. Well, good luck. This is outside my. I know when I'm not needed.
I can. This is Austin.
I'm just
Hi,
Crystal.
how can you guys hear
on
us?
the phone. And of course, now I think we're talking over each other. That probably doesn't help.
Pete says that the channel 9 is doing something in perfect time and everything.
Yeah, that's John.
And I still have a question of whether or not using the speaker function is part of the problem from our end as a caller.
Are you on speaker now?
I'm using my speaker function, yeah.
You try the other way?
Sure, hold on. Okay, now I'm holding it up to my face, so how does that make a difference? Speaker is better?
I am. Oh. This is Bill. If you can hear me, my observation is just that somehow the sound doesn't seem like it's even porting directly from the in-room microphones to the phone bridge. I don't know how you guys have it wired, but we just hear a lot of ambient room sound. It's almost like there's a microphone in the middle of the room that makes sound, whereas all the other people on the phone are a direct path to the other phone callers.
It's not, as this is Austin, it's not that bad for me. I mean, I can hear people. It's just you sound a little distant compared to the phone folks who sound super clear.
Yeah, we're going to use that one. I think it sounds a good deal better.
Yeah, I know it does sound a lot better. It really breaks the track.
Maybe we can, and then, can we want them on speaker? And then they can say whether they're on speaker or not.
Okay.
And then we can see if that makes a difference, all right?
Okay, for those on the phone, we're going to go through you one by one, and we're going to see if you're on speaker or not, and thereby try to figure out the proper calibration. So we'll start with Mr. Perez Verdia. If you could just say if you're here and if you're on speaker or not. Mr. Perez Verdia? Okay, we're not hearing anything from Cameron. He might not be there. Okay, we'll go to Ms. Quinn Davidson.
Okay, we'll go to Ms. Quinn Davidson.
That's not good.
There's an echo. I think we're hearing a recording because I heard Crystal twice and I heard myself talk.
Yep, we're hearing a recording too. All right, we'll resolve that. If everybody on phone could please mute their phones.
Everybody on phone could please mute their phones.
Yes, somebody's on speaker. Mine's muted. I muted my
Yeah, so we're hearing the computer through someone's phone. So someone is... Oh, it sounds like you're muted now. Thank you. Okay. So, Ms. Quinn Davidson?
Yes? Can you hear me?
Yeah, you're great. We can hear you great. Okay. Let's see, who's next here? We've got Mr. Constant. Mr. Peterson.
Can you hear me now?
Yep, we hear you great, Pete. Thank you. Mr. Weddleton.
You're on speakerphone.
Yep, you sound good. All right. Miss Kennedy.
Yep, I'm here, and I'm using my speaker function as well, so how's that?
Yep, you sound great.
Thank you.
Mr. Rivera.
I'm here, and I'm hearing a little bit of a loop, so I don't know if people are just not muting themselves quick enough.
That was a laptop that was near one of the microphones. You sound good. Thank you. Ms. Zalatel.
Hi, I'm here and I'm on speaker.
Yep, you sound good. Loud and clear. Ms. LaFrance.
Hi, I'm here on a headset.
Yep, and you sound great. Okay, we are going to press forward. Mr. Perez-Verdia, can we try you again? Mr. Perez-Verdia, if you spoke, we didn't hear you. Okay, there's either Mr. Perez-Verdia is not there or there's some issue with... Cameron, could you please text me if you're online? And then, Mr. Falsey, do you want to try?
Yeah, this is Bill. I'm here.
Okay, you sound great. Can you hear us?
Yes, you're still echoey like we're hearing the ambient in-room noise, but you're decipherable.
Okay. Yeah. Mr. Wilbur, could you try speaking into your mic?
Absolutely. Yes, Mr. Chair.
Could you talk to Mr. Falsey?
Bill, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. I can make you out, but you have the same effect that all of the...
Is my voice clear to you?
Yes, I can understand you.
Okay, good. Although, Mr. Falsey, that last time you were very quiet. But, you know, I think we're as close as we're going to get. Everyone just try to speak clearly and directly into their microphones, and we will work through together. Could someone please tell Mr. Dyson that we're going to resume?
Give me an email if you need. I'll be around.
All right, we are resuming. We are now taking up item 9D11, Assembly Memorandum number AM 186-2020, 2020 Mayor's Community Grant to Campfire Alaska for the operation of the before and after school programs and scholarships in the amount of $100,000. That was pulled by Ms. Kennedy. Ms. Kennedy, do we have what is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Was that you, Ms. Kennedy?
Yes, it was, Mr. Chair.
Okay, moved by Mr. Constant, seconded by Ms. Kennedy. Ms. Kennedy, do you want to speak to why you pulled this?
Yes, thank you. And I might have pulled it a little prematurely, really. I just had a question in regard to the timing of this. I don't have an objection to it necessarily, but one of my concerns is because this is a, if I remember correctly, let's see, this is a January 2020 to January 2021, so it's actually supposed to be for funding that would be going on right now, and which obviously there's not a campfire meeting at any of our schools right now. So I just thought I'd maybe get some more information about how this is how we're planning on implementing this particular $100,000, and if this is something we should go forward with right now, or if it's something that maybe we would want to delay. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Kennedy. Is there someone from the administration that can speak to this? Mr. Schutte is approaching the microphone.
Chris Schutte, Director of Economic and Community Development. We manage the Mayor's Community Grant Program. I think that's a good question that Assemblymember Kennedy has asked. Specific to this grant, however, the campfire is being mobilized through the Emergency Operations Center to actually modify this program to provide not only the meal service and the child care service that they proposed for the community in response to the COVID-19 pandemic. They will actually be putting together a program with Salvation Army and the EOC, looking at the ability to provide child care for first responders, nurses, doctors, et cetera, utilizing a portion of this grant. So I think Ms. Kennedy's question is a good question, and we've actually had a number of recipients of the 2020 grant program come back to us with modifications of the scope of this agreement so that they can redirect those funds in response to the COVID-19 pandemic.
Thank you, Mr. Schutte. Ms. Kennedy, do you have a follow-up question?
Well, no, other than just to say maybe a comment, but thank you. I appreciate the information and the clarification, and it was good information to know, so thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Kennedy. One second. Mr. Perez-Verdia, you have a question?
Yeah, actually for Mr. Schutte also, if you could just verify that this was a competitive grant process and that and give us a sense of whether this is ongoing funding for Campfire or whether this is something that they need to compete for on an annual basis.
So through the chair, Assemblymember Perez-Verdia, the Mayor's Community Grant Program writ large is a competitive grant program annually. There are a number of entities that apply for the pool of funding every year. Some of them are frequent flyers, and you'll see them repeatedly. Off the top of my head, I can't remember if Campfire was selected last year as well, but I believe they were. This is a portion of their budget, overall budget, as I understand their budget. But as I mentioned earlier, they are using this grant funding, a portion of this grant funding, and some of their own operational dollars to modify their program in response to COVID-19.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Perez-Verdia. Would anyone else like to comment on this item or ask a question? Seeing no discussion, please vote on this item.
Mr. Weddleton?
Yes.
Ms. Zalatel?
Yes.
Ms. Kennedy?
Yes.
Mr. Rivera?
Yes.
Ms. LaFrance?
Yes.
Mr. Peterson?
Yes.
Ms. Quinn Davidson?
Yes.
Mr. Perez-Verdia?
Yes.
That item passes unanimously. We are now on item 9F12, ordinance number EO 2020-1, an emergency ordinance providing financial resources for labor, supplies, and other expenditures required to address municipal response to coronavirus disease 2019 or COVID-19 by appropriating an amount not to exceed $3 million from an inter-fund loan from the area-wide general fund to the COVID-19 fund, and an amount not to exceed $250,000 of utilities unrestricted unrestricted net positions to their respective operating funds, approving a temporary exception to the unreserved fund balance designation policy for the municipality of Anchorage, and providing a plan for future reimbursement of such appropriations from the Office of the Mayor. Public hearing on 3/31/2020, special meeting.
Move to introduce.
That's one. Do I have a second?
Second, this is Cameron.
Thank you. Do we have a third?
Third, this is Austin.
Did you say you thirded that, Ms. Quinn Davidson?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay. So that has been introduced. Is there any further action?
I think Ms. Kennedy might want to.
So, well, Ms. Quinn Davidson, you pulled it. We've already introduced it, so I apologize for that. And so we're not supposed to debate it, the clerk is stating. Is there anything she can do to discuss it?
She can change the public hearing date. That's what the third is for.
Would you like to make a motion to change the public hearing date?
Doesn't need a motion.
Can I just ask a question? I was under the impression that we were being asked to vote on this tonight.
No. Well, there was some internal discussion from the administration about perhaps forcing us to vote on it tonight, but they agreed, and Mr. Wilbur is shaking his head yes, that this can be voted on the 31st, and it should not adversely affect the emergency response. And so I asked them to do that, and we'll have public hearing and debate at the special meeting on the 31st.
Oh, got it. Then I'm not concerned. That's the only reason I was going to pull it. And I guess I'd just say I just am curious what we need to spend the money on immediately. It details sort of what the uses are, but if we can get some more information on what you actually need to spend it on and why it's $3 million, that's why I pulled it.
Thank you, Ms. Quinn Davidson. And I think certainly one of my intentions in giving us a week before we have to debate and vote on this is that the administration will hopefully provide us with some more detail about why it is they need and want in this particular amount.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Quinn Davidson.
Just a quick point of order.
Yeah, Mr. Constant.
Since we went through all of these kind of moves that just happened with an EO that has a special set of rules, and there's been some discussions behind the scenes with the administration and the executive and the leader, the chair, it would be nice for the record to have somebody state what the traditional procedure for an EO would be so the public understands what we could do and what we did and why.
Sure. Would anyone from the administration like to speak to this? Or Mr. Gates?
I could speak to what the charter instructs in terms of an emergency ordinance. It does say in section 1003 of our charter that an emergency ordinance can be introduced and passed at the same meeting. So the charter does allow this emergency ordinance to be passed tonight. I guess that it's not required, though, that it has to be. So we could put this to the March 31st meeting. I did ask the administration, does it have to go tonight? Can it go the 31st or April 14th? And the response was they could wait until March 31st, but I think no later than that. So I think that's the background you were asking for.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Okay, seeing no further discussion, which we didn't just have, that was something else. That item has been introduced. And that brings us to the end of our consent agenda. So unless my colleagues object, I'm going to ask that we push forward a little bit before we take our break, given the audiovisual challenges that we had before. So we have now before us item 11A, resolution number AR 2020-38, a resolution of the Anchorage Assembly declaring support of the National Stepping Up Initiative to reduce the number of people with mental illness incarcerated in the criminal justice system, introduced by Assembly members Perez-Radia and Zalatel. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Mr. Chair?
Yes, Mr. Perez-Radia.
My intention, I'm sorry, I was, Mr. Dyson was quick. My intention was to move to postpone this indefinitely to give us a significant amount of time to work on it. We just have not been able to, because of the COVID-19, been able to pull together the meetings and to do the work necessary to really move this forward. So that was my intention tonight. I think based on the conversations that I've had, we're going to need a few more months to work on this before it's ready to move forward.
Thank you, Mr.
And I second that. This is Ms. Salatel.
Thank you, Ms. Salatel. So the motion, if you're okay with it, Mr. Dyson, the motion is to postpone indefinitely and seconded.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. All right, any discussion on the motion to postpone indefinitely? Okay, please vote on the motion to postpone indefinitely.
Mr. Weddleton,
Yes.
Ms. Salatel,
Yes.
Ms. Kennedy,
Yes.
Mr. Rivera,
Yes.
Ms. LaFrance,
Yes.
Mr. Peterson,
Yes.
Ms. Quinn Davidson,
Yes.
Mr. Perez Verdilla. Oh,
Yes.
just a second, I have to redo that.
Everybody voted yes.
Yeah, and my votes just disappeared. Sorry. I thought
It's okay.
okay, are you ready?
Yep.
There you go.
Mr. Constant? That motion passes unanimously. We are now on item 13A, ordinance number AO 2020-15, an ordinance approving and authorizing modifications made to Solid Waste Services Integrated Solid Waste Master Plan. Oh, I apologize. Perhaps there's an 11B that's not on this version of the...
It's definitely a big one.
What's that?
It's the mayor's power, an emergency ordinance.
Oh, it was on the addendum. Okay. So we are now on 11B, ordinance number AO 2020-34S, an ordinance amending Anchorage Municipal Code, Chapter 3.80, Civil Emergency, to provide specific authority for the mayor to declare a public health emergency and exercise powers relating to the examination, treatment, isolation, and quarantine of persons having or suspected of having a contagious disease. Is the public hearing open, or where are we at?
It was, yeah, the public hearing is done.
And it was already introduced?
And you have a motion to approve. Mr. Constant, seconded by Mr. Rivera.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second, and a public hearing has been closed. So now we are into discussion and debate.
And there's actually a Weddleton motion to amend number 1, seconded by Ms. LaFrance.
So we currently have on the floor a motion to amend from Mr. Weddleton that was seconded by Ms. LaFrance. Are we going to email that out?
Yeah. Oh, she's got it. I believe, yes, it all got emailed out.
So this should have been emailed to everyone on the phone. Okay, there are 5 total amendments. They have been emailed to all of the members. So we're starting, let's see here. So we're now on Weddleton Amendment number 1 that has a 1A and number 1B. Mr. Weddleton, do you want to refresh us as to what this amendment does?
Yes, thank you. And actually, there was a change on this. The one that was moved at the previous meeting had a 1A, 1B, and a 1C. And this version removes 1B. And that was, it was unnecessary wording after hearing from the administration attorneys. They felt that it was unnecessary, and it did seem to be. So the new version is just the two sections. And one just, I think, really clarifies the intent, and that deletes or adds that public health emergency would be identified by the U.S. Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, State of Alaska Department of Health and Social Services, or Anchorage Health Department, as opposed to just saying is believed to be caused. And I think that was always the intent. It just makes it more clear. In Part 1B, really the most impactful part of this is adding the last sentence in Part C that says regular reports to the Assembly are required to allow continuous evaluation of the need for the emergency proclamation and the actions taken under this section.
All right. So speaking to the amendment, we have, first we'll have Mr. Gates, and then we have Ms. Zalatel in the queue. Mr. Gates?
Thank you. Yes, I asked to speak because some of these amendments that were before the body, or at least were printed and distributed last Friday, have been altered before tonight. So my recommendation would be if Mr. Weddle can withdraw his amendment and remove amendment number 1, the document that we've distributed today, rather than the one that we had last Friday. The one that we've redistributed today just had a 1A and 1B.
Thank you, Mr. Gates. And actually, the clerk was whispering in my ear something very similar. So, Mr. Weddleton, would you care to withdraw your amendment?
Yeah, that would be fine. You just withdraw the one that was outstanding and then move this one.
Yeah. So you withdraw. Does the second, Ms. LaFrance, do you agree to withdrawing the previous version of this amendment?
Yes.
Okay. Now, Mr. Weddleton, would you like to make another motion?
I'd like to move Weddleton Amendment number 1.
Do we have a second?
Second. This is Ms. Zalatel.
Thank you, Ms. Zalatel. Okay, so moved and seconded this new version that Mr. Weddleton just described. Ms. Zalatel, you were in the queue. You have a question for Mr. Weddleton?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Weddleton, did this go through municipal council and they're okay with it?
Yes, it did.
Thank you.
All right, the municipal council has not jumped over the dais, so I'm assuming that she agrees. Mr. Constant.
Thank you. So there's one word that kind of troubles me on the Part C there, and it's the word continuous evaluation. And it talks about continually reevaluating up in the 1B description of the purpose. I don't know if that's the right word. Regular, frequent, but continuous implies something very arduous and impractical. So I'm going to actually move that we just amend that one word to be regular, or unless there's a better word that we might find.
I would second that, Weddleton.
Okay. Moved and seconded the amendment to the amendment. Ms. Vogel, do you want to speak to the amendment to the amendment?
Yes, just to say that that was the one word that had given us some pause in our office. We decided we could live with it, but certainly would support it being withdrawn.
Okay. So the amendment to the amendment is to change the word continuous to regular on the last paragraph there. Any further discussion on the amendment to the amendment?
Can I amend the amendment, Weddleton?
Yep. How about you just suggest another word?
Yeah.
I think that worked fine. I'm just, I think we should delete regular at the very beginning, so it simply reads, reports to the Assembly are required to allow regular evaluation, ...
And that would be welcome as the mover, and you're the seconder. Let's definitely do that for clean language sake.
I'm sorry.
Strike the word regular before reports, and then add the word regular where continuous is.
Where is the word? Where is regular? Oh, yeah, okay. In the same sentence.
Yes.
Okay. So in that same sentence, it would now read: reports to the Assembly are required to allow regular evaluation, et cetera, et cetera. Okay.
That's correct.
That's the amendment to the amendment. Any further discussion on the amendment to the amendment? Okay, I'm going to ask for unanimous consent. Does anyone oppose the amendment to the amendment? Folks on the phone? Okay. Hearing none, the amendment to the amendment is adopted. We now have the amendment before us as amended. Would anyone like to speak to the amendment? Okay. I'm going to ask for unanimous consent on this amendment as well, actually, given our unique set of circumstances. Does anyone oppose this amendment? Okay. Seeing no opposition, that amendment is adopted. Are there any further amendments to this item?
Yes, Mr. Chair. I would move Zalatel Amendment number 3.
Okay. There was a request from one of our colleagues to sort of go in order. Is there an amendment number 2, Mr. Weddleton?
There's a amendment 2 from Mr. Dyson.
Oh, okay.
I have a few later on, but he's next.
Ms. Zalatel, is it okay if we go to Amendment 2 first?
That's fine.
Thank you. Mr. Dyson, would you like to move Amendment number 2?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I am not going to offer it.
Okay.
This assembly having already voted that they don't want people to report dangerous behavior. Certainly, any logic system I'm recognized is not very interested in enforcement. So save us time and withdraw this. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Dyson. Ms. Zalatel?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I move Zalatel Amendment number 3. Second.
Do we have a second?
LeGrand?
I'm sorry. Do we have a second?
Weddleton.
Okay. Moved by Ms. Zalatel, seconded by Ms. I'm sorry. Yeah, moved by Ms. Zalatel, seconded by Mr. Weddleton. Ms. Zalatel, would you like to walk us through this amendment, please?
Sure, Mr. Chair. This amendment is done in collaboration with the Municipal Attorney's Office in response and analysis of the comments and concerns we received from the ACLU, as well as some of the concerns I had raised around due process and plain language. I do want to offer an amendment to the amendment, specifically on section, let's see, there we go, I'm sorry, in section 3E, so it's on number 3, AO section 2, page 5, beginning at line 24, is amended to delete a sentence as follows. So I'm just going to pause for a second to let everyone get there, and then I will read the amendment I have to that. The amendment I have to that says that the mayor shall notify an individual who refuses treatment under this section that the refusal may result in a period of quarantine or isolation as long as medically advisable by the medical officer, and that the individual may be responsible for payment of the costs of the quarantine or isolation.
So am I correct in saying it just adds the word as long as medically advisable? Or is there more changes to that sentence?
It says as long as medically advisable by the medical officer.
By the medical officer. And do you strike the word indefinite?
I do.
Okay. So I believe since this is an amendment, can she and the second just agree that okay. Does the second agree to that being incorporated into the amendment? Mr. Weddleton?
You could, actually, well, maybe. Could you read it one more time, Ms. Alto?
Sure. It would change where it says it takes out the word for an indefinite period of time, and it says as long as medically advisable by the medical officer.
Possibly. I think I have an amendment that addresses that same word and simply deleted an indefinite period. And I come to these other amendments. Well, I guess, can you get a nod from the legal staff on that?
What's the issue?
I'm okay if sure, it does, do they want to chime in, Mr. Chair? I can't read the room, obviously.
They can't debate this. Either he agrees to it or she makes the motion.
Yeah, so the clerk is advising me either Mr. Welton agrees to it or we need to debate the amendment to the amendment.
Okay, then I guess I would. Oh, go ahead, Mr. Welton.
I would say, how about withdrawing that for now? Because on Weddleton Amendment 5, we addressed that sentence again. And because I had passed that, deleting an indefinite period of, deleting that by the legal staff. And
okay, so
I'm sorry, I had proposed something similar to your proposed wording, and they didn't like it. And they said just delete an indefinite period of.
Okay,
they were okay, and I felt that was...
What the clerk is saying now is that if we want to have this discussion, Ms. Zolotel needs a different second. Does anyone second Ms. Zolotel's amendment to her amendment?
Second, this is Mr. Perez-Verdia.
Okay, so it's been moved and seconded, so now we are debating the amendment to the amendment. Is there any discussion?
Chair, if I may speak quickly to it.
Yep, go ahead, Ms. Zolotel.
Thank you. As Mr. Weddleton has already alluded to, it does remove the indefinite period, which I think is appropriate. It also requires the advisement of the medical officer. And as we have referred to the mayor's powers being done in concurrence or advised by the medical officer, I think that's consistent with the rest of the ordinance.
Thank you, Ms. Zolotel. Would anyone else like to speak to the amendment to the amendment?
Could we get a statement from Ms. Vogel?
She just got in the queue. Ms. Vogel.
Through the chair, we think that just removing an indefinite period of those words takes away some of the problem in the wording that had been identified by the ACLU and individual members of the assembly, and that quarantine and isolation are always guided by medical opinion and advice, and I think that was the logic behind saying that's all that you need to do.
Thank you, Ms. Vogel. Ms. Quinn-Davidson?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm just wondering who the medical officer is, practically.
Is there someone from the administration that could answer that?
This is Bill Falsey. We have Dr. Bruce Chandler, who is the Anchorage Health Department medical officer. In times past, he's been part-time, but we've upped his hours in recent days. So he is a designated person and part of the health department's hierarchy.
Got it. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Quinn-Davidson. Ms. Zolotel?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. While I appreciate Ms. Vogel's opinion, I think it's important to ground this where you have someone who is refusing treatment, that you ground it in some kind of process that's really clear. And that's what this tries to do, is that the mayor can notify an individual that they could be subject to a period of quarantine or isolation as long as medically advisable by the medical officer. I mean, this provides some information for the person if they want to challenge their period of quarantine or isolation and they want to bring forward a request to the court that, you know, they're going to be looking for that medically advisable piece by the medical officer. So I think it grounds it in some specifics enough to help someone navigate the system should they be in this position.
Thank you, Ms. Zolotel. Mr. Constant.
So are we actually envisioning the mayor is personally serving these documents to people, or is this mayor and designee or designee? I mean, ultimately, I don't know. I don't even imagine the municipal medical officer serving these papers to this individual. I imagine it's APD or some other entity.
Would someone from the administration like to speak to that? Ms. Vogel.
I hear silence.
Through the chair, Mr.
So do I.
Through the chair.
I can hear all of you, but it feels like we've been cut off.
I'm sorry. Can you hear now?
Yes.
There was a brief period of mute. It won't happen again. Ms. Vogel?
Through the chair, Assemblymember Constant. I've now forgotten the question. Oh, yeah. Is the mayor personally serving? No, it will be the mayor or a designee, and similarly, medical officer. Typically could be medical officer or designee.
And so do we need to say that, or is that just assumed?
I would assume that reading the language of the code under ordinary interpretive powers, but I am interested in hearing what my colleague, Mr. Gates, has to say about it.
Mr. Gates?
Well, we often see in code a title is written, but it can mean anybody, a subordinate working for that director. So that's very common. So the director of the Anchorage Health Department could actually be someone the director designates a subordinate.
Thank you, Mr. Gates. Mr. Perez-Verdia on the amendment to the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I hope I'm in order here. I am hoping for some clarification from the attorney and possibly Mr. Weddleton. I'm a little lost as to Mr. Weddleton's statement regarding this is something that he plans to address later on, and I'm trying to, not being in the room, trying to understand the difference between this amendment and what he intends to bring forward. So you can tell me whether this is the wrong time to have that conversation, but that is going to sort of determine my vote on this.
Thank you, Mr. Perez-Verdia. I think that if you look at the packet that I believe was mailed to you, Mr. Weddleton has amendment number 5, and that addresses the same section that Ms. Zolotel's amendment to the amendment addresses.
Yes, I understand that. I was hoping to hear from Mr. Weddleton as to what he perceives as the difference between this and his, so that will help me to make an informed vote.
Understood. Thank you. Mr. Weddleton?
Excuse me. Thank you, Cameron. Well, if MEGS passes, then Amendment 5 would not be needed. The original version of Amendment 5, which was actually distributed last week, had wording that kind of got to the same goal that Ms. Zolotel's amendment goes towards, but the municipal attorneys preferred just to simplify it and delete an indefinite period of. So mine is seems to be more in accord with the municipal attorneys feel. MEGS is very much along the lines as where I started. I don't really have a problem with Ms. Zolotel's. If it first passes and I expect to support it, then I simply won't move Amendment 5.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. If I could just hear the municipal attorneys have opinion on this as well, that'd be helpful. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Perez-Verdia. Ms. Vogel, can you speak to that?
Through the chair, I don't think that this is a strong difference. I think there's a little bit of umbrage at the notion that quarantine and isolation are other than medically guided and under medical advice. There's also already provisions that allow someone to petition for the end of quarantine or isolation if it is lasting longer than medically necessary. And so the advice from my office was for simplicity, but I do think they are getting to the same point. So we are just talking about semantics here. Don't feel super strong.
Thank you, Ms. Vogel. Mr. Peterson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I actually like this amendment of Ms. Zolotel's because it leaves no doubt in this situation if someone's refusing to isolate and we have to force them to it. It would be great to have information from a medical officer, someone with expertise in this field, so that they just don't think that someone without expertise is making this order. So I think this is an excellent idea, and I'll be voting in favor. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Peterson. Would anyone else like to speak to the amendment to the amendment?
Mr. Chair, this is Austin.
Yes.
I'm confused. I feel like Kate and Meg are saying the same thing, so I don't understand what the mayor's staff position is. Is it that we should use slightly different words than what Ms. Zolotel proposed?
Ms. Vogel?
We had been previously, through the chair, Ms. Quinn Davidson, we'd been previously asked about wording of several Mr. Weddleton's amendments, and we simplified his amendment on that to the words you see, just removing an indefinite period. Ms. Zolotel's amendment came later in the day. We didn't fully discuss it. To that particular one, I think these are getting at the same point, and they're semantics. There's a small preference for us to go slightly simpler on the language because we believe we use quarantine and isolation powers in that way, but we do not feel strongly and think that these are functionally going to work in the same way, and that this is a semantic difference between the Weddleton version of the amendment and the Zolotel version of the amendment.
Thank you, Ms. Vogel. Ms. Quinn Davidson, do you have a follow-up question?
No, that helps. I just needed to look at Mr. Weddleton's at the same time, so thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Quinn Davidson. Would anyone else like to speak to the amendment to the amendment? Seeing no one, please vote on the amendment to the amendment. You turn on your...
Mr. Weddleton?
Yes.
Ms. Zolotel?
Yes.
Ms. Kennedy?
Yes.
Mr. Rivera?
Yes.
Ms. LaFrance?
Yes.
Mr. Peterson?
Yes.
Ms. Quinn Davidson?
Yes.
Mr. Perez Verdilla?
Yes.
Mr. Dyson? All right, the amendment to the amendment passed unanimously, I believe. Didn't post here. Yep, unanimously. All right, we are now back to the amendment as amended. Ms. Zolotel.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to take the opportunity to thank the Municipal Attorney's Office for their hard work on this. I know that they are fraught with many things to do, and it was a very thoughtful response to my concerns and my questions. And I think this is a good product and will strengthen the ordinance and provide clarity. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Zolotel. Ms. Kennedy?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I, too, would like to actually amend the amendment, and I'm hoping I'm getting all this right because it's so hard to juggle 2 or 3 different documents with one iPad. But anyway, I'd like to amend Section 2, page 2A, the protection of persons, specifically where Ms. Zolotel's amendment changes reasonably necessary. I don't have a line number specifically. It's probably either 44 or 45. But to add the phrase, while being protective, cognizant and protective of individual civil liberties, right after reasonably necessary, so that it would say, during a state of public health emergency, the mayor may use every means reasonably necessary while being cognizant of and protective of individual civil liberties to prevent the transmission of blah, blah, blah.
I'll
All right.
second that for purposes of debate. This is Ms. Zalatel.
Thank you. Moved and seconded.
Thank
Attorney,
you,
this-
and if I could speak to and Mr. Chair.
Yes, please, go ahead, Ms. Kennedy.
All right. Thank you. My reason is from a philosophical perspective, I'm having a great deal of struggle with how to balance this new, to a certain extent new, I mean, certainly it's always been there in other ways, but for us to go to this extent to say that the mayor, any mayor, would have isolation and quarantining capabilities, and what that really does to a community, I think, is actually quite frightening from a civil liberties perspective. And so I'm looking for ways to try to actually support this as a whole. So I very much appreciate all the things that Ms. Zalatel has put into this entire amendment to make sure that there are more remedies for people, specifically how to use the court system and how to use medical professionals and the expertise of those medical people in order to justify any kind of a quarantining or isolation order. So anyway, so I was just hoping that we would put another statement to that effect in this amendment to be able to help people recognize that there has to be so much thought and an effort to really strike a balance between isolating and quarantining someone and really recognizing and to a certain extent protecting their constitutional civil liberties. So that's kind of my motivation behind this. Just trying to kind of make a statement that this is such a delicate balance, but that the balance has to be something reasonable between the public safety aspect and the civil liberties aspect. So, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Kennedy. Ms. Zalatel.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And while I appreciate Ms. Kennedy's intent here, I actually oppose the amendment, but wanted to just move the debate forward because I think the term reasonably necessary and the further process and protections in the ordinance, plus Alaska has a pretty decent history of case law on protecting civil liberties of individuals in different circumstances, that I think it's all very much implied and in a lot of ways explicit in the ordinance already. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Zalatel. Ms. Vogel?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm not sure that I actually understood every word of the amendment, and I was hoping it could be read back.
Yeah, Ms. Jones, the clerk, will read back the amendment to the amendment.
Okay, I have Ms. Zalatel Amendment Number 3. It's dated March 24th at the top of the page. At the bottom of page 1 in number 3A, AO Section 2, page 2, beginning at line 45, in the very last sentence before you go to the next page, after the words reasonably necessary, it will add the language while being cognizant of and protective of individual civil rights.
Civil liberties?
Civil liberties. I'm sorry, I couldn't read
I
my
actually
own
used
writing.
the term liberties.
Liberties, I'm sorry.
Either one works, but I did say originally liberties. Thanks.
That's the amendment.
Ms. Vogel?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I agree with Ms. Zalatel that I believe these principles are absolutely embedded in the language of this ordinance and in the case law that will apply. I guess I have a concern because I feel like it's much less clear now what the direction is to the mayor, because I guess I feel that it is more understandable that you're supposed to be using the means reasonably necessary, and I get a little bit more muddled on what the direction is, given all of the explanation that's laid out in the ordinance about what to do. That said, I think that there absolutely is a cognizance and individual liberty interest that's imbued throughout this, and that's one of the reasons that we wanted to have this quarantine ordinance. It's not that we don't think that the quarantine power exists. We do. It's part of emergency powers. It's in some ways analogous to a curfew, but having an ordinance that spells it out helps provide a roadmap for what procedures are appropriate. And that's one of the reasons why we proposed introducing this. So I agree, and I think it just sort of provides more clear direction with reasonably necessary.
Thank you, Ms. Vogel. Would anyone else like to speak to the amendment Mr. Dyson.
Yeah, thank you. When statutes get challenged in court and there's ambiguity, the courts have often gone to look at the legislative history and what amendments and changes were made and what things were offered and refused. And the courts have inferred legislative intent from that process. So we heard our last meeting from the ACLU. It seemed to me worried that the clerk with the significant power would close ballot receptacles and voting in person places, maybe on some personal bias or political bias or something like that. And I thought, appreciate that thought, being careful. But I just can't imagine it happening in our community, and we have the protections we needed, and so on and so forth. But we cheerfully adopted what the ACO recommended, and it does no harm to have done it. And so here we have another reminder here of protecting ourselves against a possible abuse. And all of us familiar with history know how emergencies have often brought about very quick solutions that tend to have a long afterlife and so on. So what Ms. Kennedy is proposing here does no harm, and I don't think it introduces ambiguity here, and so I would encourage us to leave it in. It does no harm, and we all need to be reminded to not let expediencies and relatively short-term crisis ignore the principles of the three constitutions that we often serve under. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Oh, the municipal charter. I was trying to figure out what the third one was. Ms. Vogel.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Would it be possible, we have no objection to the words, to the instruction to be cognizant of and protective of individual civil liberties. Would it be possible to move that to its own sentence in this paragraph? So it's not, I'm just finding it hard to understand the sentence, may use every means reasonably necessary while being cognizant of and protective of individual civil liberties to prevent the transmission. So could that same phrase just be moved to say the mayor shall be cognizant of?
So there would be a second sentence after the end of that sentence that would read, the mayor shall be cognizant and protective of individual civil liberties, period. Is that your proposal, Ms. Vogel?
Yes.
I would second that, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Actually, you are going to move that.
Yes, I'm happy to restate that.
Wonderful.
If I may.
Okay. So you've made that motion. Who was the second? Ms. Zolotel, do you agree to that change?
Sure.
Okay. So it has now been turned into a second sentence that is substantively the same. Is there any discussion on this amendment to the amendment? Okay. We'll give the clerk a moment to write out the new language. Okay. So we'll start on the phone with the vote.
Mr. Weddleton?
Sorry, are we voting on this amendment?
I apologize. We are voting on the amendment to the amendment, which adds a sentence reading, "The mayor shall be cognizant and protective of individual civil liberties."
Okay, and in the version that kind of added is its own sentence?
Yes.
Okay, can I ask you a question on that?
Sure.
Or did you sorry, I thought we were still discussing. I have a question, I guess, for Ms. Boland. So, I mean, the whole challenge of this ordinance is that it gives the mayor the power to shove aside a lot of our basic liberties. And for this higher good that we got a serious health crisis in front of us, you know, we're telling people to shut down their businesses, but we have a fundamental right to feed our families. You know, we're telling people no group over 10, but we're allowed to congregate with other people. I mean, there's a whole list like that. So it's almost like what this paragraph does is say the mayor can do this, but he can't. I just want to hear from Ms. Vogel that my interpretation is not correct. Or not.
I'm sorry, Ms. Vogel, do you want to speak to that?
Through the chair, Mr. Weddleton, I recognize that in time of emergency, the power that the executive has is heightened. That doesn't mean that it's not. It doesn't mean that the Constitution goes away. It just means that the Constitution is flexible enough not to be a suicide pact. And it says you get to do different things. When you're worried about riots, you can have curfews. When you're worried about an epidemic and it's reasonably necessary to limit how big groups are when people congregate, you are allowed to save lives and put in that limit. I think that this message is saying, remember that we're Americans. Remember that these are important values of our community while you're making these really, really tough decisions. But it's absolutely part of American legal tradition to have that kind of flexibility to protect the community in times of emergency.
Okay, that's great. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. Thank you, Ms. Vogel. And I think you might have just made the Channel 2 news. Okay, so I'm not seeing any other discussion on the amendment to the amendment. Please vote on the amendment to the amendment.
Mr. Weddleton?
Yes.
Ms. Zalatel?
Yes.
Ms. Kennedy?
Yes.
Mr. Rivera?
Yes.
Ms. LaFrance?
Yes.
Mr. Peterson?
Yes.
Ms. Quinn Davidson?
Yes.
Mr. Perez Verdia?
Yes.
That amendment passes unanimously. We are now back to the main amendment as amended. Would anyone like to speak to the amendment? Mr. Constant.
Thank you. I just would say to the mayor, thank you for your diligence in seeing to the public safety and the public health. And while we take this vote, we take it not just for you and your administration and us and our city, but for the future. And it's a serious and grave question. And I'm grateful to everybody who's put their 2 cents into this conversation.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Would anyone else like to speak to the amendment? All right, hearing and seeing no one, please vote on the amendment.
Mr. Weddleton?
Yes.
Ms. Zalatel?
Yes.
Ms. Kennedy?
Yes.
Mr. Rivera?
Yes.
Ms. LaFrance?
Yes.
Mr. Peterson?
Yes.
Ms. Quinn Davidson?
Yes.
Mr. Perez Verdia?
Yes.
There you go.
Mr. Dyson? That amendment passes unanimously. Would anyone else like to introduce amendments to this ordinance?
I'd like to introduce move amendment number 4.
Is there a second?
Second.
Second.
I think Mr. Constant got to that first. So moved by Mr. Weddleton, seconded by Mr. Constant. Mr. Weddleton, you want to describe this amendment to us?
Yeah, and this I think just describes what realistically would happen. You know, it says that if you're in isolation and quarantine, as it's worded, if you're in your own home, family members could not come in, and that would be a real problem. So it just adds, when a quarantine is at home, other household members may share the home if the medically necessary requirements of the quarantine can be met. And that could be the quarantine person stays in their room or in a different part of the house and so on. But I believe most people quarantined now are quarantined at their own homes, and family members are there. This also, the municipal attorneys saw this and did not speak of an objection.
Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. Are there any other comments regarding or questions regarding this amendment? Okay. Actually, I'll ask for unanimous consent on this amendment. Is there any opposition to this amendment? Okay. Seeing and hearing none, that amendment is adopted. Mr. Weddleton, do you still wish to move amendment number 5?
No, and I thank Ms. Zolotel. She did good work on hers, and this is not necessary.
Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. Okay, so with that, we are back to the main motion. Are there any additional amendments anyone would like to offer? Okay, any other discussion on the main motion? All right, please vote on the main motion.
Mr. Weddleton?
Yes.
Ms. Zolotel?
Yes.
Ms. Kennedy?
Yes.
Mr. Rivera?
Yes.
Ms. LaFrance?
Yes.
Mr. Peterson?
Yes.
Ms. Quinn Davidson?
Yes.
Mr. Perez Verdia?
Yes.
Ready?
Yes. That ordinance passes unanimously. We are now on item, you know what, actually, why don't we take our break now? So we are going to take a 10-minute break now. It's going to be shorter. Folks here, there are some boxes for food. Folks at home, I'll try to text you when we come back, but we only plan to take 10 minutes so that we can try to get to more items tonight. Thank you.
Hey, Ethan.
Please take their seats.
So, Craigslist?
Harder to do than you might think.
We'll see.
Yeah.
He's going to get 21 minutes.
Oh, no, 18. Jennifer recounted it
for you. So, he looks so I'm sorry, I'll call this meeting back to order. So the clerk reminded me that I forgot to incorporate and move the AIM 39-2020. That was the public testimony packet. So we have taken every one of the emails that we received into testimony@anchorageak.gov and put them into this AIM that will be incorporated into the permanent record. And I can say that the folks on the phone received this via email. The folks here got a packet as well. Could I get a motion to accept?
Move to accept.
Okay. So a motion to accept AIM 39-2020. Could I get a second?
Second.
I'm sorry, was that Ms. Zalatel?
Yes.
Thank you. Okay, moved and seconded. Any discussion on this AIM? So I would just like to thank the clerk's office for the work they have done given the COVID-19 epidemic. We have tried to take extraordinary steps to receive public testimony. We'll be calling a number of folks today, and we have this packet as well. And this is in addition to the normal emails that we can and do receive to the mass email address, which I know myself and my colleagues read. So unfortunately, while we had to close these chambers, it is very much the case that we are complying with the Open Meetings Act and we are receiving public testimony. So with that, I'd ask for unanimous consent to accept this AIM. Is there any opposition? Hearing none, that is accepted. We are now on item 13A, ordinance number AO 2020-15, an ordinance approving and authorizing modifications made to Solid Waste Services Integrated Solid Waste Master Plan, introduced by Solid Waste Services. Madam Clerk, what is the motion currently before us?
There is no motion currently before it. The public hearing was continued, so you still have
Okay.
public hearing.
So we had continued public hearing. Ms. Venneklassen, was there any members of the public who wish to testify on this item? Okay. There are no members of the public who wish to testify on this item. Therefore, public testimony is closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Is that Ms. Zalatel?
Yes.
All right. Moved by Mr. Constant, seconded by Ms. Zalatel. Any discussion on this item?
Mr. Chair, I would move Constant and LaFrance Amendment 1. Purpose of this amendment is to add a statement in the executive summary that reads, as the feasibility of alternative technologies, in parentheses, waste to energy, and CTS design projects move forward, there will be coordination of these efforts to make each as efficient as possible.
Second.
Moved by Mr. So that was amendment number 1, moved by Mr. Constant, seconded by Ms. Zalatel. Any discussion of this?
That was LaFrance actually seconding.
Oh, I'm sorry, Ms. LaFrance. Seconded by Ms. LaFrance. Any discussion on this amendment?
Mr. Chair, this is Crystal Kennedy.
Yes.
I am not seeing that amendment. So if somebody can tell me kind of what time it was sent out, then maybe I can find it.
Yeah, it was at around 2 o'clock today. Mr. Gates had it circulated.
I think Ms. Venneklassen is currently resending it. And I should note that we were moving the S version.
Yes.
That was the intention, Mr. Constant. And for the second, Ms. Zalatel, do you intend to move the S version?
Yes.
Okay. All right. So that amendment is being emailed out to folks again. Excuse me.
Mr. Chair?
Yeah, Mr. Dyson.
Yeah, I have a question that we can deal with. So, Mr. Constant,
Barbara.
I guess I want to know why we need this. is there some reason, something you know
Yeah.
that would keep people from doing this in such a most effective, efficient way?
Yeah, if I might.
Yes.
So we had a work session on the topic of the waste to energy in
yep.
relationship to the central transfer station and the master plan altogether. And we heard testimony that there are certain elements of each project that are bound to each other depending on which decisions are made. And through the conversation, it became important to a few of us that we make an outright statement in the executive summary that coordination will happen. So it's not just assumed, but it's stated directly at the top. And so really that's the intent, is to make sure that the executive summary of the master plan states concretely that as these projects move forward, the elements that will be coordinated. So that's really the gist.
Yeah, if I may continue, Mr. Chair.
Yes, Mr. Dyson.
Yeah, so you haven't answered my question. Obviously, it's a whole bunch of interrelated pieces, including the other boroughs, the sewage plants, stuff, and all that kind of thing. So my question is, is there something you know that is going to keep that from happening? Because everyone who is working on this should take that for granted, and it's like you're pointing out the obvious, and there's no harm to doing that.
Right.
But why,
Again, it became clear at that work session that there were some very big pieces that need to tie together. And so this is just for my own peace of mind that we say overtly tie these pieces together as we move forward. I don't have there wasn't,
okay. All right.
it just, my spidey sense, if you will, said, say this up front and out loud.
And I asked some pretty tough questions that pointed out some of that.
Exactly. And so this is a summary of that.
Pretty pessimistic these days about our good words having any effect on anybody. But there's no harm in doing what you're doing. Isn't that the medical proverb? First of all, do no harm.
Thank you,
Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Dyson. Ms. Kennedy, did you receive that email, that amendment?
Yes, I did. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any other discussion about this amendment? All right, seeing none. I'm asked for unanimous consent on this rather uncontroversial, I think, amendment. Is there any opposition on the phone to this amendment? Okay, hearing no opposition, that is adopted. We are back to the main motion. Is there any discussion on this ordinance?
Weddleton.
Yep, go ahead, John.
I just want to make sure if Mr. Spafford is there, is there anything in this that commits us to doing the waste to energy? Or is that simply something to move forward step by step?
Mr. Spafford is not in the room, but there are a number of administration folks here. Would someone like to, Mr. Bockenstadt or Mr. Wilbur?
This is Mr. Slivka. I'll answer to that. And,
okay.
Mark might actually be on the phone, but the answer to Mr. Weddleton's question is he is correct. This does not commit us that we will go forward thoughtfully in a step-by-step process.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Slivka. Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. Would anyone else like to ask a question or have any discussion regarding this ordinance? Okay, seeing none, please vote on this ordinance.
Mr. Weddleton.
Yes.
Your mic. My fault.
Ms. Dalatel.
Yes.
Ms. Kennedy.
Yes.
Mr. Rivera.
Yeah.
Ms. LaFrance.
Yes.
Mr. Peterson.
Yes.
Ms. Quinn Davidson.
Yes.
Mr. Perez Verdia.
Yes.
Are you ready?
Yes. That item passes unanimously. We are now on item 13B, ordinance number AO 2020-18, an ordinance determining and approving the total amount of the annual operating budget of the Anchorage School District for its fiscal year 2020 to 2021, and determining and appropriating the portion of the Assembly approved budget amount to be made available for local sources. I believe our public hearing is still open.
That is correct.
Do we have anyone, Ms. Venneklassen, who is asked to be called?
Mr. Chair, if you would entertain a 5-minute recess, we'd like to get members of the Anchorage School District Administration on the phone, as well as the president of the school board, and then we do have someone that would like to provide public testimony.
Okay.
Or
Is
would you
there any
prefer-
way, I'm trying to think, do we have the technology to do one of those while the person is testifying?
I'm not sure. Maybe we should do the public.
Yeah, why don't
public
you
hearing.
how many people are to speak on the public testimony?
Just one.
Let's call that person, and I'll close the public testimony afterwards, and then we'll call up the school district officials.
Okay. We're going to give Mr. Eugene Carl Haberman a phone call.
Your call cannot be completed.
Hello?
Mr. Haberman, you're on with the Anchorage Assembly.
Yeah, I'm here.
Yeah, why don't you call how many people are...
What do I do?
I apologize. Okay, Mr. Haberman, we currently have before us the Anchorage School District budget. Would you like to offer public testimony?
Okay, can you hear me?
We can hear you great. We're going to start your time as soon as you start speaking.
Okay, thank you. There's a delay here. Okay, thank you. My name is Eugene Carl Haberman. I live in the Metro Valley. I follow the public process. When the public process is done appropriately, decision made by the governing body is more like the public interest. First note, your first public hearing on this item happened to be roughly a few minutes after 10 o'clock in the evening. There's only very few people that testified on it. And as we all know, that we're all dealing with a worldwide health crisis. And what concerns me is the scenario is specifically is I haven't seen any additional information since this financial request by the school district for X amount of money to you. Obviously, there's been changes, and as I'm seeing on that late on the table item that was tonight for a hearing on dealing with roughly $3 million or something for additional costs dealing with the emergency, and that's going to have a public hearing later on. We're seeing those kind of costs appearing now. What about the kind of costs right now affecting the school district? Where are those costs? Because you have before you, specifically, an item requesting a certain amount of money, but the fact is things have changed. So if things have changed, wouldn't it have been appropriate to see that report and also provide the public to respond to that? Because you're hearing me right now, but I suspect the school district is going to speak right after me, and then it would have been nice for the public to respond to that, and I'm not going to have a chance then. And that's all I have to say, and good best wishes to you all, and good luck.
Thank you, Mr. Haberman. There are no questions. Okay. Ms. Venneklassen, on the, can we get the school district folks on the phone?
Yes, Mr. Chair, it might take just a couple minutes, though.
Okay. So for my folks on the phone, just bear with us. We have take a couple minutes to get people from the school district on the phone as well. And actually, they're not testifying as members of the public, correct? So I'm going to go ahead and close public testimony. We're entering into discussion and debate, but I've agreed to allow the president of the school board and school officials to be online to hear our discussion and potentially to answer questions. my?
Lance Wilbur sent us the must-have. Let me double check. Look at the document.
Or just the last page.
Or actually, just do 60. Yeah, do 6076.
No 9.
I think this is right on the Yep. Okay, you're in.
Good evening. We're connecting you with the Anchorage Assembly.
Thank you.
Okay. Was he?
Okay. All right, so now we are discussing item 13B, the annual operating budget of the Anchorage School District for fiscal year 2020-2021. President Marcette, are you on the line?
Yes, I am.
Would you like to speak before we begin our discussion?
I would. Thank you. First of all, I want to thank the Assembly members for your work with ASD staff and ASD board members on our proposed 2021 budget. I also wanted to pass along that I've had the opportunity, along with other district staff and board members, to speak with many of you and supply more information to answer all your questions. We wanted to ensure that all of you had the information to make an informed decision. As you know, things have changed a little bit. The Senate has passed a budget putting the $30 million back in, or moving it forward, putting the $30 million back into education outside the BSA, and also reinstated the bond debt reimbursement, which will be a savings to our taxpayers. What that means for ASD is that we will have approximately about $8 million added to our budget. With that, the district has proposed, and we'll look at this at our next board meeting next week, to reinstate our health classes in elementary schools to be caught with the curriculum to be taught by our health teachers, to go back to the way it was. That we not move forward with the late start or the early dismissal, and also that we would return the PTR of our secondary schools back to its original numbers and not increase those numbers. I just caution that although we're able to reinstate the things that we had put in place, I do want to caution everyone that things can change. When we come back next year to look at our 2022 budget, it may look totally different given the state of our economic situation in the state. And hopefully I'm optimistic that it will bounce back and that we will continue and be able to add additional funds to education. I just wanted to state again that the Assembly, thank the Assembly for continued partnership, as it is critical for success of our students and for their future of our community. And I welcome any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Marset. Are there any, so it was pointed out to me that we still need a motion to approve. What is the will of the body on this item?
Move to approve.
Second.
Who is that made the second?
Like Weddleton and Zolotel seem to tie.
Okay, I'll leave up to the clerk to decide. Okay, are there any questions for Ms. Marset? President Marset. Okay. Are there any amendments anyone would like to move?
Yes, Mr. Chair, this is Ms. Salatel. I would move amendment number 2. It was just emailed by Mr. Gates. Second.
Who was the second?
Suzanne LaFrance.
Okay. So do we have a copy of that here? So there oh, yep, we've got it here physically, and then it should have been emailed out. Does everyone on the phone have this have this amendment? It's sponsored by members Zolotel, Rivera, and LaFrance. It's amendment number 2. Ms. Zolotel, would you like to walk us through this amendment?
Sure, Mr. Chair. This amendment primarily adds some whereas clauses and states that we would encourage the district, if they have the opportunity to find additional funding, which it sounds like that might be the case, that maintaining a full class schedule of classes daily, retaining health educators, and obviating the need to reduce class instructional time are things that we would like to see happen if possible, but also fully taking that request and embedding it within our proper role as the Anchorage Assembly. And Mr. Gates has done a really great job in the first 2 whereas clauses talking about the limitations on our authority with regard to approving or changing the school district's budget.
Thank you, Ms. Zolotel. Mr. Rivera?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to echo what Ms. Zolotel said and just state that this amendment is within our scope and role as an assembly when it comes to how we review the Anchorage School District budget. As President Starr just stated, there is a significant and positive movement within the legislature that looks like we will have some final numbers from them by Friday. And in the end, what this amendment will do is send a strong request and message to the school board regarding some changes we'd like to see. And President Starr already stated that they are looking at those changes themselves. I urge a yes vote on this amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rivera. Mr. Dyson.
Yeah, thank you. I want to speak thoughtfully here. This is a dilemma that is often a tension between the legislative and executive branches, and ultimately in our system of government, the legislative branch can state the goal, change the law, provide funding, but so we can tell them what we want done, but it's really beyond our purview to tell them how to do it. And respectfully, this one feels to me like we're saying to the school district and school board, we don't quite trust you to do the right thing, and particularly on the specific issues. And so we're going to put a strongly worded language of intent here to do it. And I think we've heard from Starr that they're very sympathetic. But anyways, I'm probably not going to support this because I don't think it's appropriate for us to kind of try to dictate to them how they use the resources. And so I think I agree with what Ms. Zoltel wants to see happen, but I think we're beyond our purview here, so I respectfully am not going to support this. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dyson. Mr. Weddleton?
Thanks. I feel in a lot of ways like Mr. Dyson said that there's an elected board that's very involved with this. Obviously, the administration of the school district knows these things incredibly well. Our number of meetings on this have shown. But I actually really appreciate this amendment. I think it is a comment on our action, which is funding it. And I think that it highlights, here's how far we are away from having these health teachers and not having those shortened days. And I never sensed from the school board or the administration that they don't agree with this. They appreciate the importance of health teachers and the kind of regularly normal-sized days, but they just couldn't make the budget work. And we just pull out that number and say, look, $2.8 million would get you there. And so this I appreciate the three of you bringing this forward. I will support this, and I think it's just what was needed.
Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. Mr. Constant.
Thank you. Now, wait a minute. There are two amendments from these folks. One has a fiscal note to it, and one doesn't. We're discussing the one without the fiscal note, right?
Amendment number 2, yeah.
Right. And so there's no $2.8 million or any of that with this. This is just a couple of whereases. My question actually is for President Marcet. Are you still there, Star? Yeah. Star, do any of these phrases reach out to you as objectionable or as overstep on behalf of the Assembly?
I'm sorry, President Marcet, I don't think folks
Star.
can hear you right now.
Hold on, we're getting the mic set up. We good? Go ahead.
Okay. I'm reading this now, and I just want to read. What I'm seeing is that it's a recommendation, but it's not a mandate to accept these funds. We have to do these things. It's just kind of like we're hoping this will help you in being able to reinstate these items. But I don't see this as telling the board, we're giving you these funds, but you will do this.
Yeah, no, there isn't anything in there that suggests that we don't have that power. So,
right.
Okay, then, so to put a cap on it, does then this seem not objectionable to you?
It's not objectionable to me. I would like Dr. Bishop to speak on it, though.
Okay, Dr. Bishop, Mr. Chair?
Yes.
Are you there, Dina?
Hi. Yes, this is Dina Bishop, Superintendent
Have you seen,
of the Anchor School District.
Have you seen amendment number 2?
I have, and, I think that the statement by council was correct in just discussing what the Assembly's role is, as well as the school district's role in those separation there. I would like to say that this is a slippery slope we're going down. Of course, we want to work together, but I'm happy the state came through, but in another circumstance, if we couldn't do something, what would this entail? That if it couldn't be done, an understanding that it wouldn't be approved at another time. So I appreciate Assemblymember Dyson's words. I'm happy that we could come to something and have additional funds. I don't think that this is objectionable because this is what we want to do as well. But the process was a slippery slope for me. Thanks.
I'm sorry, Dr. Bishop, you cut out there at the end. Could you repeat that last sentence?
I wanted to just stress that the asks in this, the additions to this amendment and the whereases are at this time specifically what the district would like to do as well. However, there might be a time where the district wouldn't be able to carry out the wishes of assembly persons and within the budget to really plan for all students and all programs. And I appreciated Assemblymember Dyson's words and sharing, that idea of the separation of the two bodies, the school board and the assembly. And while this is no harm, no foul, it is exactly what we want to do as well. In the future, this could be a slippery slope between our two bodies in deciding how funds are spent that are appropriated to the school district.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Bishop. Mr. Constant, do you have any follow-up to that? Okay. Ms. Zalatel, you were in the queue.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate the comments and the roles for each of the bodies to play. I do disagree that we have to agree in terms of what the district proposes. I think I know I have to answer to my constituents and residents of Anchorage about why did I approve a budget knowing there was shortened instructional time or health factors. And for me, the big rub has been that I've gone out and had that conversation. It wasn't clear about the trade-off or that shortened instructional time was really on the table. And so that's really what prompted a portion of this amendment, and my involvement in it is because when we approve this budget, we are implicated in approving what the district wants to do. And if I have pause or concern, I think a way to do that is to have a public discourse about it, or have the opportunity for the district, quite honestly, to have that public discourse about whatever it is, to make sure that parents and the public are fully informed about whatever trade-offs are being made, because there are always trade-offs in order to make a budget that's being put before the Assembly for approval. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Zalatel. Ms. Kennedy.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. First of all, I wanted to make a clarification on the amendment itself. Mr. Constant brought up something about there not being a $2.8 million reference in the whereases, but there is. And so I just want to make sure I'm actually looking at the correct amendment.
In amendment number 2, there is indeed a reference to $2.8 million on the second page.
It just, Mr. Chair, it doesn't appropriate $2.8 million.
Roger. Was that clear, Ms. Kennedy?
Yeah, no, I mean, okay, so, but what was Mr. Constant's comment then, please?
Go ahead. I'm sorry, Ms. Kennedy, did you have a comment?
I was actually asking what Mr. Constant's comment was. I kind of vaguely heard him in the background. It had something to do with $8 million?
No.
Anyway, I guess I'm still trying to figure out where the comment came from that there was not a $2.8 million increase reference.
Ms. Kennedy, this is Mr. Constant, and if you look at the Amendment 1, it actually appropriates $2.8 million. Amendment 2 does not appropriate $2.8 million, so it wasn't so much as a reference as it was an action that I was discussing.
Okay, thank you.
Two very similar documents, just one has red meat at the bottom of it.
Thank you, Ms. Kennedy. Mr. Constant. Ms. LaFrance?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. First of all, my thanks to Dr. Bishop and President Marcet for the dialogue and conversation about the budget process. I wanted to agree with Ms. Zalatel that we have to answer to constituents. And as I have talked with folks, parents, PTA members in my district, people are not aware that reducing instructional time is on the table for balancing the budget. And policy-wise, I believe it is in our purview to not just make this piece known, but weigh in. And I feel very strongly that if we are at a point as a community where we cannot afford to provide our students with a full week of school, then we need to escalate the discussion to another level. And I'm not saying that's the job of the school board or the district, but also on the assembly side with our community councils and our other avenues to engage people. Because this is a really big deal. If we are seriously considering shortening instructional time, I worry about where we'll go next. So thank you, Mr. Chair. And again, thank you to Dr. Bishop and the members of the school board and President Marcet for this ongoing conversation. I know we all are focused on wanting to provide our students with the highest quality
affordable education that we can. So thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Ms. LaFrance. Dr. Bishop, you wanted to speak?
Thank you, Chair. This is Dina Bishop, once again, Superintendent, and I want to thank the comments from Assembly members Littell and LaFrance, and I don't disagree. I absolutely believe that we should hear from the public, and the board also has a public process. I have experience working in a place where the board and the Assembly, because of the differences in their abilities and powers of just approving an upper limit or a lower, what funds do go to the schools, when there wasn't an agreement, in the end, what was occurred was a lowering of that support, which in the end, it didn't really solve what the different bodies wanted to get done. So I just encourage the board and the Assembly to just continue to have open dialogue and share those struggles. This year, due to the advocacy of the school board and the work with legislators and the community as well, as Member LaFrance suggested, we did, hopefully, if everything goes through at the House and there isn't a veto by the governor, that this is going to be a non-issue. I just, again, I didn't want to say that I disagreed with anyone about public process and giving feedback and answering to constituents, because really both bodies do that and make decisions the best that they can for their constituents. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Bishop. I don't have anyone else in the queue. Oh, no, I'm sorry. I have Ms. Kennedy. Ms. Kennedy?
Oh, thank you, Mr. Chair. I guess I just have to say that I certainly understand all of the Assembly members' comments, how everybody, has their particular preference of what they think education needs to look like, and that is absolutely the biggest challenge for a school board member, is to try to balance all of those perspectives and those concerns. And I would totally agree with Dr. Bishop that this is a very slippery slope when you decide that you're going to take on the role as an Assembly member of making the decisions that by state statute are actually set aside with local control in mind for school board members. And I think it's very clear in our own municipal code that says that we are to be looking at the actual funding amount of the ordinance and not the line items that are actually within the budget itself. And I know that the interesting thing about all this is that our school board members are elected at large, and I guarantee that every person that sits on the school board right now has actually gotten way more votes than any Assembly member. So this is really, I think, problematic to begin to say that we're going to weigh in this way. I don't think there's a problem with any of the Assembly members making their comments specifically before the budget process is finalized at the school district's end of things. But for us to go and try to weigh in this way, I think is truly inappropriate. So I'm going to be of no vote on this. The other thing I think that's really at risk here is what really does happen in the next few months. We're looking at trying to figure out how we maybe even fund our own budget. And I know there are problems. There could be potential problems with how the Anchorage School District actually gets the funding that they are counting on as well, because there are too many financial unknowns right now in terms of how we're funding things at our own level as well as at the state level. And you always have to give the elected officials whose responsibility it is to actually make these decisions the leeway to do that. And I think this kind of makes it a little more difficult for them to try to make the best decisions possible with the information they have at the time. And, we all know that there's going to be people that agree or disagree with any single thing that you do in a budget. And
I think it sends a message that we don't trust the school board members. Yes, oh yeah, we're going to commend them on their hard work, and but at the same time, we're going to say, but you didn't really do it right. So we're going to reprimand you a bit on this, and we're going to say that we think you need to be doing ABC. And sorry, but we're the adults in the room, so you guys didn't do your job well enough, and now we need to try to fix that in some language that spells it out a little more clearly for you. So I think to a certain extent, even though I certainly understand how people can get emotional about schools, we do. You know, these are about our kids, and so we do get emotional about this stuff. But for us to go to the extent of saying, you know, we really don't think you did this well and did it right, so we have to make sure that you get the message, so we're going to do it in this way, I think is a little bit overstepping our bounds. So as much as I certainly appreciate the school board's work on this, and I know it's tough. Been there for 9 years. I think if anything, we ought to just be saying, okay, this is how much money we can give you, or this is how much money we can't give you, and leave it at that. So I'll be a no vote on this. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Kennedy. Mr. Dyson.
Pardon me for smiling. Irony happens to be something I appreciate. So I appreciate what Crystal said, and I'm going to vote for this. And I'm going to vote for it because both the school board chair and the bishop, Ms. Bishop, said that they want it, and it's a good idea, and what we're doing is helpful. But I absolutely agree with the philosophical perspective of Ms. Kennedy. And I can tell you that every year I've sat on voting on budgets, there's been departments that are affected by it where I not only didn't agree with some of what they were doing, I didn't agree with a lot of what they were doing. But I had my chance to have input in the midst of the process, and I've held my nose and voted for lots of things because it needed to get something needed to happen, and I got to vote for imperfect products and so on. But the thing to watch for, and I would encourage you that are going to be around here, when you start doing this and the votes are close, you can go to the school district and say, unless you get me a new school or more teachers for the school in my district, I ain't going to vote for your DMN budget. You know, go sit on it. And you are in the catbird seat and could force executive decisions and board decisions down their throat because they have to buy your vote. And I've never seen this group do that on a level I could see, you know, and so on, because there's significant goodwill here and so on. But those of you going to be around the process, watch for that you don't empower that kind of manipulation of the system. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Dyson. Mr. Constant.
Thank you. A couple of notes. Just, I heard one of our members say that we aren't here to make a decision about this. We are here to make a decision about this, that we aren't supposed to be looking at the line items. That actually was a statement that was made before this body just now. And I would offer, why in the hell did they give us 6 inches of paper if we aren't supposed to read the line items and pay attention to what's happening? And I am moved away from the idea that we shouldn't pass this resolution, this amendment to this resolution, because all it states clearly is all we can do is either approve your budget in the amount, increase it or decrease it. It says that we don't have the authority at the line item level to increase or decrease your budget, but nothing prevents us from speaking our opinion. It says that essentially we would like to have full schedule of classes. We would like to have our health educators retained and avoid lack of instructional time. I mean, that, as the superintendent said, is something that's of value to the district. And I just don't see what the slippery slope is here. We are just expressing our opinion, which is our right, and as the mayor might say, we do that too much. So with that, I'm going to be supporting this.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. I don't see anyone else in the queue. So please vote on this amendment. Madam Clerk.
Mr. Weddleton?
Yes.
Ms. Salatel?
Yes.
Ms. Kennedy?
No.
Mr. Rivera?
Yes.
Ms. LaPrance?
Yes.
Mr. Peterson?
Yes.
Ms. Quinn Davidson?
Yes.
Mr. Perez Verdilla?
No.
Are you ready, Mr. Chair?
Yes. That amendment passes 9-2. We are now back to the main motion. Mr. Rivera, you're in the queue.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. On the main motion, I, just to be frank and transparent, was originally going to vote no. These issues are just too serious for me to just rubber stamp the budget. I will never stop advocating for the best for our children. So if this kind of issue pops up, I think it is absolutely our moral and fiscal responsibility to raise our concerns. I simply will not stop doing it, no matter what the appearance may be or if it oversteps our bounds. That is not what the voters elected me to do. If that means we get into heated debates, let's do it. It does not mean one iota that I don't support the school district, the board, our teachers, or our children. So I'll be voting yes on this budget, and we'll be ready to engage earlier and deeper in the process during next year's school district budget. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Rivera. Would anyone else like to speak to the main motion?
Mr. Chair,
Yes?
this is Crystal Kennedy. I'm sorry, I didn't text you on that one, but
Go ahead, Ms. Kennedy.
on the main motion, this is difficult because, as I already stated, I think we're all in a bit of a financial fuzzy area right now because we just don't know what's going to happen. And as I was emailing President Marcet today, I said, I will support the budget, but I think all of us need to know that budgets get amended. And as we get a better picture of the financial landscape, I think we're all going to be amending certain things, both in the municipal budget and in the school district's budget. And so I think that they still have quite a bit of work cut out for them, as we probably will too. So I will support the budget knowing that there are still a lot of moving parts, per se, that they're going to have to be dealing with both at the state level, more so than we will at the state level, and certainly, from our level, there's certainly potential there too. But so I am supporting this kind of in an effort to, encourage the school board to keep putting their best foot forward and recognize that everything has to be questioned. That there's, you can never stop looking at ways to do better. And I think even considering the amazing job that the school district is doing right now and trying to deal with all of this, all the students being out of schools and being isolated in their homes, I think is going to be an amazing teaching opportunity for the district and the administrators and the teachers themselves. So I think there's going to be a lot to learn about through this process that may very well impact what they do next year. So again, there's going to be that need to be flexible, which always goes back to the idea that, you can pass the amount of a budget, but you cannot necessarily say exactly how that all gets implemented and how it plays out. But anyway, I will happily, maybe tentatively support the budget, knowing that there's still going to be work to be done as we just kind of take a good look at what happens through this process of recovering from the virus. So thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Kennedy. Would anyone else like to speak to this item? All right, hearing no one, please vote on this item.
Mr. Weddleton?
Yes.
Ms. Dalatel?
Yes.
Ms. Kennedy?
Yes.
Mr. Rivera?
Yes.
Ms. LaFrance?
Yes.
Mr. Peterson?
Yes.
Ms. Quinn Davidson?
Yes.
Mr. Perez Verdilla?
Yes.
There you go, Mr. Chair.
That item passes unanimously. We are now on item, We are now on item 14A, resolution number AR 2020-64, a resolution approving an administrative agreement, AA 2020-101, between the Municipality of Anchorage and the Anchorage Police Department Employees Association, agreeing to a Vera Whole Health, Vera Clinic Health Assessment Incentive, introduced by the Human Resources Department. Public hearing is open. Madam Deputy Clerk, did we have anyone request to testify on this item?
Yes, Mr. Chair. Mr. Haberman has requested to testify.
All right. Please give Mr. Haberman a call.
Hello, Mr. Haberman. You're on with the Anchorage Assembly.
Mr. Haberman, are you there?
Yeah, but I decided not to speak on this item 14A.
So we are actually going to open up 14A, 14E, 14F, 14J, and 14K for you because you indicated you wanted to speak to all of those. So you now have 15 minutes to speak to all of those items.
Okay, I'm confused. Okay, it's going to be hard.
You have
just jumbled up.
14A, 14E, 14F, 14J, and 14K are the items you requested to speak to. We will give you 3 minutes for each item. You have 15 minutes.
Can I separate them at a different time? No. You just when was the motion because there's a delay here and I just finished.
Did you? I'm sorry, Mr. Haberman. I misunderstood you. The clerk said you did not want to speak to 14A.
I didn't want to speak on 14A.
Okay, we'll call you back. Thank you, Mr. Haberman.
All of a sudden you're telling me I'm speaking on all the other ones that...
Thank you. All right, so we don't have anyone for 14A. With that, public testimony is now closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second, Ms. Dalatel.
Moved and seconded. All right, discussion of this item. Mr. Constant.
Thank you. Just a question for the administration, probably Mr. Wilbur. At some point soon, could we get a brief or some kind of an update on the successes of the Vera program altogether? We continue to fund these kind of incentives, but I think we've been at it now long enough that we can look at it from a higher angle.
Through the chair, absolutely, Mr.
Thank you.
We can do that.
Thank you. Would anyone else like to speak to this item? I'm sorry, would anyone else have any discussion on this item? Okay. Not seeing any, please vote on this item.
Mr. Weddleton?
Yes.
Ms. Dalatel?
Yes.
Ms. Kennedy?
Yes.
Mr. Rivera?
Yes.
Ms. LaFrance?
Yes.
Mr. Peterson?
Yes.
Ms. Quinn Davidson?
Yes.
Mr. Perez Verdilla?
Yes.
Fred. That item passes unanimously. Mr. Constant?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would move to change the order of the day, taking up items 14G, H, M, N, and O next.
Thank you. Could I get a second on that? Motion to change the order of the day?
Second.
Moved and seconded. And so for the folks on the phone, and watching at home. I spoke with the administration about what items needed to be passed tonight that potentially couldn't wait until the 14th. And so we are now taking up item 14G, which is for Pay for Success, 14H, which is also Pay for Success, and then 3 liquor licenses that our clerk's office has indicated needed to be passed tonight because of certain, or not passed, but based on certain deadlines. So with that, we now have before us, I'm sorry, is there any opposition to that motion to change the order of the day? Second was Mr. Dyson. Okay, not hearing any. We will now take up item 14G. Madam Deputy Clerk, do we have anyone who indicated they wanted to speak to this item?
Yes, Mr. Chair. We have Eric Glatt, who would like to speak to 14G and 14H.
Perfect. You want to give him a call? Okay. Unfortunately, he was not available, so we will. Is there anyone else, Madam Deputy Clerk, for item 14G?
No, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Public testimony is now closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second, Ms. Zolotel.
Thank you, Ms. Zolotel. Moved and seconded. Discussion on this item. I'm sorry, I need to read this. Ordinance number AO 2020-25, an ordinance in the municipality of Anchorage providing for authorizing and approving a borrowing program for the municipality in the aggregate principal amount of not to exceed $4,950,000 for the purpose of providing funds to finance success payments to the municipality's Pay for Success account and appropriating from this account to the Office of the Chief Fiscal Officer Area-Wide General Fund 2020 operating budget amounts not to exceed $150,000 for initial cost of borrowing and $300,000 for extending the pilot project introduced by the Mayor's office. Ms. Zolotel.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I support this. I think this is a great step forward in adding another tool to our continuum of care. I will say that I still have reservations that I'm looking forward to getting those final details as we move forward into the other piece that needs to come before the body, particularly knowing the specific material contract provisions on what will equal success to require us to make payments. But overall, I think this is an innovative and really interesting way for the municipality to lead on homelessness and fill in a necessary gap of the continuum of care. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Zolotel. Mr. Weddleton.
Well, thanks. I've come to a different conclusion than Ms. Zolotel, but agree with some of her points. You know, this, I think what we've got, we have a lot of meetings on this, a lot of information on it, and the things that it wants to do seem like best practices. They're the kind of things we need. See a lot of benefits for it. Support that. Then intertwined with it is the way that we will fund this, and it seems spectacularly complicated for something that shouldn't be that much. I mean, we're committing to way more money than we've spent on homeless in my 4 or 5 years of involvement with it, about $1.7 million a year. I find that justified given that independent companies are putting in, we had one block of 40-something million, and there's more beyond that. And at some point we do have to kind of say we're in the game too if they're coming in that deep. But this method of doing it just surprises me that it's so complicated when ultimately it is the same amount of money going to probably the same places we would do if we did it directly, but we're paying $300,000 or so or $150,000 or some large amount to have the opportunity to complicate it. Say if we're going to do it, there's a clear path written in this. Most of what we've read about it says here's what we will do, and just directly do it. why it's involved with this whole loan thing. The only when I've asked about it, I was told at our most recent work session and at other times that, well, we really can't get accountability from people we give grants to. This is the only way to get accountability. If that's the case, we need to really look closely at the way we give grants. And, we've got this alcohol tax on the ballot, and if we can't say, yes, we can get accountability when we use this money, then we got something seriously wrong. And as far as I can get on this, that is the entire reason we're going through this convoluted process, is because it forces some kind of accountability on it. But as Meg said, we don't really even know what that is yet. So, I really like to see this work done, but I just can't support this process.
Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. Ms. Quinn Davidson?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciated a lot of both what my colleagues, Member Zalatow and Member Weddleton, said. I think this is an important step in the right direction, and I will be supporting it, but I have a lot of questions. One of those is how we evaluate outcomes and what those outcomes are that determine success, and we haven't really had an adequate answer on that yet. My understanding is that after this money is set aside, or that after we've created this fund and said that we would spend this money, should we enter into the contract, then we'll learn more about what those outcomes would be. So I look forward to learning more about that. I also look forward to Ms. Burke and her team reaching out to the public and talking about this. I think a lot of the things we talk about around homelessness are not communicated well to the public, and I'm concerned that this is another one of those. And it's a lot of money. It's a big ticket item. I think it's worth it, but I have that concern. So I'll look forward to learning a lot more details and evaluating next steps when the next vote comes before us. But I will be voting yes now.
Thank you, Ms. Quinn Davidson. Mr. Perez-Radia.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think, well, first of all, I will be supporting this. I believe that there is a lot of work to be done to be able to take what I believe is a pretty simple approach. So the comments about it being complicated worry me, because it says that we're not doing a good job of communicating what this is and how it works. There has been an approach for a long time of funding services. A municipality or a foundation or whomever is giving money to a particular service provider, and they're providing some services. This particular program does something that we haven't seen before, and that is that it leverages a lot of other organizations. It brings funders, for-profit and non-profit and foundations into the mix where they weren't there before. The other thing it does is it heavily focuses on actual measurable outcomes that we don't continue to work through this until we see results. And that's exciting to me as somebody that really wants to see very tangible, measurable outcomes. And so I think it does a few things. It leverages funding and brings many more partners into the mix. So it really sort of engages our business community and our philanthropy community, and in a way that we haven't done before. The other thing I just want to sort of say is that this vote we're taking tonight is simply, and I think everyone knows this, is setting aside money that could potentially be used. And so the commitment at this point is pretty light, because any money that's actually allocated from here, they'll need to come back to us. We'll have another opportunity to evaluate whether that's where that money should go. And so tonight it's simply a commitment to say we want to be a part of this and we want to put this money aside, but it's not committing the money yet. And so I think it's a really reasonable step, and based on what I know, this is really the right direction for us. So I would really encourage my colleagues to support it, knowing that this is an opportunity, I think, for us to make a real huge step forward in progress in the challenges that we face in Anchorage. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Perez-Rudia. Mr. Dyson.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to identify with the comments of Mr. Perez-Rudia. He said it very well. And what is unique about this approach is a group of investors with a significant amount of experience and credentials are betting their money that they can take on this project and recoup their investment and maybe make a little off of it. They've got skin in the game. If they don't produce the way they say the contract requires, they don't get paid. And that's maybe a appeal to people's baser nature, but indeed, this kind of approach has been quite successful in a number of other jurisdictions. And I'm delighted this administration, I think with the encouragement of Mr. Constant, have been going down this road, and I commend both. And thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dyson. Ms. LaFrance.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Actually, I think it's all been said, and I would just follow up with a question to the administration, just if we were to change course, understanding that this will come back before us with metrics and a contract, what would be the cost or penalties of not continuing to move forward? If someone is available on the line to answer.
They're pointing at each other. Would anyone from the administration like to speak? They're still pointing.
I'll speak. This is Alex Lifka. Maybe you can rephrase the question. I can say at the outset, there's two pieces here that I think we've discussed. There's the one piece, the financing for the success payments, which is $4.5 million. Then there's $300,000, which we're going to be coming back to you very shortly to ask to extend the pilot program for July, August, and September until we can get the pay for success in place. So I think if we go forward and are unsuccessful in convincing you that the contract terms are acceptable, then all we would really have spent is the $300,000 on the pilot program. We're not going to borrow the money until such time as you approve the terms of the contract.
Ms. LaFrance, do you want to ask a follow-up?
No, Mr. Chair, I'm good. Thank you, Mr. Slivka.
Thank you, Mr. Slivka. Thank you, Ms. LaFrance. Mr. Rivera?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So with this act, I think we are potentially promising a lot. One of the letters said, quote, "This represents the most comprehensive opportunity Anchorage has had to address one of its most vexing challenges," end quote. I agree with this letter generally, but we better deliver, and we also better be able to communicate that to the public when we do deliver, and I believe we will. So I'll be a yes vote on this. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Rivera. Mr. Constant?
Thank you. So I have a number of fears about this program. My fears are played out almost every day in my neighborhood, and they're playing out again right now in a very concrete way as the shelter has moved from down at 3rd Avenue to 16th Avenue at the Sullivan Arena, and the administration has been doing everything they can to address the incredible shift that has been foisted upon the neighbors who live in that area where pockets of people are partying on every corner, and there's this reprobate behavior in every direction. And every year of this administration, there has been an emergency that has forced to create a new congregate facility in my neighborhood. And the promise has long been, we're going to do something different. We're going to find a way to help move people across town into other neighborhoods. And the emergency always comes, and that never changes. My neighborhood is the place. Fairview is the place for all of this to be. The steering of the old days is still here, staring us in the face. And so I'm afraid that this $5 million creates a new funnel for people into my neighborhood. and people who are going to be trapped there for another generation and not helped out. But those fears are just fears, and the framework that's been set up and the promises that have been made give me at least a gram of hope when I need an ounce. And I am going to support this. We have to do something. This is a good step forward for us. I've heard from the United Way, I've heard from the administration that this isn't going to turn into a bomb that goes off in my neighborhood in 3 years. I am hopeful that all of the parties who've come together to make this proposal work, make it work, and it does shine, as Mr. Rivera said. And to the point made by Mr. Weddleton that if we have a problem getting outcomes from people we write grants to, you can stop there. We actually don't write grants to any of these operators. This is new. In the last year, we have done that for the first time. Mostly they're funded by state entities or federal entities, and the outputs are what are funded, not the outcomes. And so the shift here is a shift to an outcome-based model instead of an output-based model. And that is, at its heart, where we should all be looking for our success. And so I will be supportive of this. And Godspeed, and let's fix these problems.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. If the audience would please hold its applause. No. Would anyone else like to speak on these items? All right. Let's vote on these items.
Mr. Weddleton?
No.
Ms. Solotel?
Yes.
Ms. Kennedy?
Yes.
Mr. Rivera?
Yes.
Ms. LaFrance?
Yes.
Mr. Peterson?
Yes.
Ms. Quinn Davidson?
Yes.
Mr. Perez Verdilla?
Yes.
Mr. Dyson? Thank you. That item passes 10-1 in what I will be affectionately referring to as a Nettleton. Okay, we now have before us item 14H, ordinance number AO 2020-26, an ordinance of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly establishing a pay-for-success account in the restricted municipal funds account for Home for Good outcome payments, Mayor's Office. Public hearing is now open. Madam Deputy Clerk, do we have anyone that has to speak to this item? Didn't Mr. Glatt ask to speak?
Would you like to try to call him again?
Yeah, let's try to call him again.
Hi, Mr. Glatt. You're on with the Anchorage Assembly.
Hello, Mr. Glatt. We were unable to get you on the phone, unfortunately, for 14G, but we now have before us 14H regarding the Pay for Success account. You have 3 minutes. Would you like to speak to this item?
Well, I appreciate the attention Assembly members have given to this and to 14G. Given that you've already voted on 14G and these two ordinances are so closely tied together, I won't take up any more of your time extolling the virtues of the project other than to leave time for any questions if anybody has them.
Thank you, Mr. Glatt. We'll leave you on the phone. Do we have the ability to have him on the phone while we conduct our discussion? Okay. So we'll leave you on the phone, and if any of my colleagues want to ask you a question, they can do so.
Thank you.
Could you identify what organization you're with again?
Oh, yes. My name is Eric Glatt. I'm the project director of the Home for Good project at United Way of Anchorage.
Perfect. Thank you very much. Okay. With that, public testimony is now closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second by Mr. Rivera.
I'm going to say Mr. Rivera seconded that. Okay. All right. Would anyone like to discuss this item? If someone wants to send me a text. Okay. I'm not seeing anybody. So please vote on this item.
Mr. Weddleton?
Yes.
Solotel?
Yes.
Ms. Kennedy?
Yes.
Mr. Rivera?
Yes.
Ms. LaFrance?
Yes.
Mr. Peterson?
Yes.
Ms. Quinn Davidson?
Yes.
Mr. Perez Verdia?
Yes.
That item passes unanimously. We are now on item 14M, resolution number AR 2020-81, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly stating its conditional protest regarding the renewal of beverage dispensary tourism liquor license number 5282 for HP Holdings, doing business as Anchorage City Limit Lofts. Chris, you want to give me a wave?
Waive reading.
Thank you. Okay, Madam Deputy Clerk, did anyone ask to speak to this item? Okay, there was no members of the public who asked to speak to this item. Therefore, public testimony is now closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second. Perez Video.
Okay. Moved and seconded. Any discussion on this item? Seeing none, please vote on this item.
Mr. Weddleton?
Yes.
Ms. Solotel?
Yes.
Ms. Kennedy?
Yes.
Mr. Rivera?
Yes.
Ms. LaFrance?
Yes.
Mr. Peterson?
Yes.
Ms. Quinn Davidson?
Yes.
Mr. Perez Verdia?
Yes.
Oh. That item passes unanimously. We are now at item 14N, resolution number AR 2020-82, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly stating its conditional protest regarding the renewal of beverage dispensary liquor license number 2973 for Eureka Services Incorporated, doing business as Pangea Restaurant and Lounge. Chris.
Waive reading.
Thank you. All right, public testimony is now open. Madam Deputy Clerk, do we have any public testimony? All right, there were no requests from the public to speak to this. Therefore, public testimony is now closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second. Ms. Solotel.
Thank you, Ms. Solotel. Moved and seconded. Any discussion on this item? Okay, somebody needs to go on mute on the phone. We're hearing a lot of static. Somebody hung up, maybe? Okay, we're back. Okay, let's try to take a vote. Madam Clerk?
Mr. Weddleton?
I think I missed much of that. I'm getting static. Is everyone else getting static?
Yes.
Yeah, we are. Okay, it subsided briefly. We're trying to vote on this liquor license.
Are you 14N?
Yes, we're on 14N.
Okay. One of yes.
Mr. Weddleton?
Yes.
Ms. Solotel?
Yes.
Ms. Kennedy?
Yes.
Mr. Rivera?
Yes.
Ms. LaFrance?
Yes.
Mr. Peterson?
Yes.
Ms. Quinn Davidson?
I'm sorry, I had to dial back in because there's a really weird noise happening. And I can
Ms. Quinn Davidson, we're voting right now on liquor license 14N.
Okay. I vote yes.
There you go.
Thank you. Oh, and the noise went away. Thanks.
How do you vote, Ms. Quinn Davidson?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Perez Verdia?
Well, in a clear space, yes.
Mr. Constant? That item passes unanimously. We are now on item 14O, resolution number AR 2020-83, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly stating its conditional protest regarding the renewal of restaurant eating place liquor license number 5350 for Lawn Pad Thai Downtown Express LLC, doing business as Lawn Pad Thai Downtown Express. Anyone? Okay.
Waive reading.
Thank you. All right. Public testimony is now open. Ms. Vendeklassen, do we have any? All right. No one asked to speak to this. So with that, public testimony is now closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any discussion on this item? Mr. Constant.
So I'm curious if anybody did any investigation on this, probably for the clerk's office. I know that Lawn Pad Thai has not been operating in that location for probably a year and a half. They closed down. And so I'm just curious if they still have control of the site, because there's another restaurant operating there now.
Just a minute.
One moment, Mr. Constant. Unfortunately, Ms. Honest is not here tonight.
Through the chair, the resolution that's before you indicates that the establishment at 302 G Street is now Cajun Corner Beer and Wine. No transfer application or business name change application has been received by the clerk's office. So that is one of the reasons that you're conditionally protesting it.
Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you, Mr. Constant. Any other questions or discussion regarding this item? All right. Please vote on this item.
Mr. Weddleton?
Yes.
I think that was a yes.
Ms. Zolotel?
Yes.
Ms. Kennedy?
Yes.
Mr. Rivera?
Yes.
Ms. LaFrance?
Yes.
Mr. Peterson?
Yes.
Ms. Quinn Davidson?
Yes.
Mr. Perez Verdia?
Yes.
That item passes unanimously. We are now back at item 14B, 14 Bravo, resolution number AR 2020-76, a resolution of the Municipality of Anchorage appropriating $1,867,054 as a 5307 grant from the U.S. Department of Transportation Federal Transit Administration and appropriating $37,341 as a contribution from the 2020 operating budget area-wide general fund, all to the Public Transportation Capital Improvement Projects Fund for capital vehicle maintenance, miscellaneous support equipment, and support vehicles.
Waive reading.
All, thank you. Public testimony is open. Ms. Vendeklassen, did we have anyone? Okay. No members of the public asked to speak on this item. Therefore, public testimony is now closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second by Mr. Rivera.
France.
Mr. Rivera got in there. Okay. Discussion on this item. Hearing none, please vote on this item.
Mr. Weddleton?
Yes.
Ms. Zolotel?
Yes.
Ms. Kennedy?
Yes.
Mr. Rivera?
Yes.
Ms. LaFrance?
Yes.
Mr. Peterson?
Yes.
Ms. Quinn Davidson?
Yes.
Mr. Perez Verdia?
Yes.
That item passes unanimously. We are now at item 14C, ordinance number AO 2020-27, an ordinance authorizing disposal of real property legally described as Lot 3A, Block 23A, original town site of Anchorage, Plat 71-303, for less than fair market value to Anchorage Community Development Authority. Public testimony is now open. Madam Deputy Clerk, were there any members of the public who asked to speak on this item? She's indicated no. Therefore, public testimony is now closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Move to approve. LaFrance.
Okay, I'm going to give Ms. LaFrance moved and Mr. Constant seconded.
Second.
Okay. Any discussion on this item? Mr. Constant.
Probably a question for Mr. Wilbur. What is the general purpose of doing this transfer to the Community Development Authority? Is it currently, Mr. Schutte, being managed as a pay for parking lot, and just general principle?
Yeah, through the chair, Chris Schutte, Director of Economic and Community Development. This particular parcel is the northwest corner of 3rd and C Street. It looks like it's the parking lot for, I think it's called the Guest House now, the old Howard Johnson. It's actually public property. ACDA manages the parking there.
We're giving it to them essentially so they can have it in their arena, raise the money off of it, and put it to use for the purposes of ACDA.
Yeah, through the chair, that's correct. It used to belong to the municipality, but but ACDA had access through a long-term ground lease. It just seemed pointless to lease land to ourselves, so we're giving it over.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Thank you, Mr. Schutte. Any other questions or comments on this item? Seeing none, please vote on this item.
Mr. Weddleton?
Yes.
Ms. Salatel? Ms. Salatel?
Yes.
Ms. Kennedy?
Yes.
Mr. Rivera?
Yes.
Ms. LaPrance?
Yes.
Mr. Peterson? Mr. Peterson? Ms. Quinn Davidson?
Yes.
Mr. Perez Padilla?
Yes.
Mr. Dyson?
Oh. Mr. Dyson votes yes. Could you try Mr. Peterson again?
Mr. Peterson?
Yes. Can you try Mr. Peterson? Go ahead. Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Peterson. That item passes unanimously. Could someone please mute their phone? Everyone please mute their phone. Great. Thank you very much. We are now on item 14D, ordinance number, that item passed unanimously. We are now at item 14D, ordinance number AO 2020-28, an ordinance authorizing acquisition of real property, Brandell, someone want to help me with that? Creek Subdivision, Lot 21 and Tract A, for a purchase price not to exceed $186,733,000 plus closing costs, Anchorage Water and Wastewater Utility. Public testimony is now open. Madam Deputy Clerk, did anyone ask to speak to this? No one did. Okay. Public testimony is now closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any discussion on this item? Not seeing any, please vote on this item.
Mr. Weddleton?
Yes.
Ms. Salatel?
Yes.
Ms. Kennedy?
Yes.
Mr. Rivera?
Yes.
Ms. LaFrance?
Yes.
Mr. Peterson?
Yes.
Ms. Quinn Davidson?
Yes.
Mr. Perez Verdilla?
Yes.
Did everybody vote? Okay. That item passes unanimously. I'm sorry. We are now at ordinance 14E, ordinance number AO 2020-21, an ordinance of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly amending Anchorage Municipal Code Chapter 3.80 Civil Emergency to ensure that emergency powers can be exercised in the temporary absence or incapacity of the mayor or other delegated authority, to modernize various provisions, and to provide that a proclamation of emergency shall terminate after 7 days unless extended by the Assembly from the Department of Law. Public testimony is now open. Madam Deputy Clerk, did anyone ask to speak to this?
Yes, Mr. Chair. Mr. Haberman asked to speak to this item.
Please call Mr. Haberman.
Hello, Mr. Haberman. You're on with the Anchorage Assembly.
Right, you're on ordinance 2020-21, right, 14E?
That's right, Mr. Haberman. So we're going to give you opportunity to speak to 14E regarding the temporary absence of the mayor, also 14F regarding delegation of the emergency powers, and 14J, which has to do with streamlining the Assembly agenda, and 14K, updating procedural rules for Assembly meetings and agendas. We're doing this because of the unusual circumstances we find ourselves in with the outbreak, and we have you on the phone. So I'm going to give you 12 minutes starting now.
Okay, I'll try to make sense of that whole thing. First of all, 14E and 14F, dealing with the one, basically, that you're going to take it to the voters in 2021. What's odd about that whole situation is, why do you have to do it and vote on it now? Why don't you take it at a later date when we're not in this emergency, health emergency? This should be postponed. Also, the other scenario is on 14E. It's quite similar, and you're trying to get it through tonight. I'm concerned. I'm also concerned because I remember hearing some words at a meeting with the Assembly not too long ago, the last few days ago, when the public was able to appear before you all. The idea of if the mayor's not in capacity, the delegate authority was not going to go to Assembly members. And I do agree with the idea that one would think that an elected official, if the mayor is not able to handle his job, it should go on to someone in the Assembly. And that would be only the right thing to do. I'm not saying that Assembly members are capable of doing the job right for what the mayor is doing, but that would make more sense. You said F, J, and K, right? F, J, and K. I can basically talk on this F, J, and K rather easily because I want to stress this thing. Number one, you're creating a situation on one of them to increase the amount so that there won't be a public hearing by going to a higher amount, and that's not right. And you need to have a fairness for the public to speak. The second thing is I know you're rushing and changing rules of procedures and all that stuff on those other ones. And I would encourage you not to pass any of that tonight. Postpone it indefinitely. You need to take a look what the Metro Borough Assembly does. You know, the fairness of having an opportunity to publicly heard is not going to come about more with what you're planning with moving things around. As far as meetings and agendas, the standard would be is this: you get reports in the beginning of a meeting. You start your meeting at 6 o'clock in the evening, not 5 o'clock, when most people in Anchorage are getting off the job. And how can they get into a 5 o'clock meeting? You stop those dinner scenarios that encourage serial meetings in the back. That's the kind of stuff that should be stopped right away. And you basically have a 6 o'clock meeting, you have management reports, that stuff, and then you go straight into public hearings, and you get away from all that flowery stuff that you've been doing, and you say you want to save time, but you do these resolutions that say you support certain things in the legislature, but there's no chance for the public to speak. And you drop all that stuff, and you move it after public hearings, where there's a place for the public to speak. And it's called audience participation. And note this line from the state law. You provide a reasonable opportunity for the public to be heard. But you're not going into that direction with what you've got here. You're going further away. And I also want to stress this. There's strong tech, combining the what you're telling me to speak on, okay, and combining all those items in one they're quite different from one. Some of them are quite different from one and the other. And because of my familiarity, I can speak on it. But it only confuses the public when you do address it, when you get to that item after you say, okay, speak on all those issues. And the idea is you shouldn't confuse the public. And you shouldn't confuse yourselves. And that's not the way to go. And what else to say here? Okay, just for a technical thing, I'm on my iPhone. I'm easily connected with you. I was on my computer, and with GCI, something did a stop, and then there was a delay, and that's why there was a confusion, and now all of a sudden you said all those items you had to speak on earlier. And I said, what are you doing? I didn't hear anything. But that kind of movement, you need to stop that. You really need to stop that consolidation. And I don't think there's anything else to say, but except this. We are in an emergency. But that emergency, and you're talking about powers to the mayor and how to handle it if the mayor is not there. The fact is, I'm seeing more and more a one-sided conversation with among yourself and the mayor, or a mayor alone and without you, and forget the public. And that's not right either way. You need to connect with the people, because if you don't do it right, you don't have the process done right, and you connect appropriate process, and even in an emergency, it's even more vital to connect with people before you make decisions, because the public is going to be less supportive and less comfortable with the decision. And in this situation we're right now, more panicky, and we don't need that. We need the support of the people and understanding, and you need to hear from them before you make a decision, and that includes administration too. And I did that a lot shorter than the time you told me to speak on. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Haberman. We will call you back during audience participation. Great. Madam Deputy Clerk, was there anyone else who wished to speak on that item? All right. Public testimony on item E is now closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to postpone until March 31. That's what.
Second, for purposes of discussion, Zalatel.
Okay. There's a motion to postpone till March 31st. Before we get too far down this discussion, can I hear from Mr. Gates or the clerk about whether this is the kind of item is in the right posture where I can take it up at a special meeting like that? Because I know that there were some restrictions.
Through the chair, there is probably no prohibition on taking this up. It's assembly debate. It would be an 11 item, and you could postpone this until there's no notice requirements as far as that goes. It has to do with your agenda.
Okay. And so for those on the phone, just to, in case you might have not have heard, the clerk says that we likely do have this power should we choose to exercise it. Ms. Vogel, we are now debating the motion to postpone until March 31st. I'm sorry, Ms. Vogel, I had you in the queue.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Sorry for that delay. Just trying to get our message in alignment. But yeah, I think that the reason to maybe decide this today is we understand the level of emergency that we've got going on right now. We know that there is an emergency such that the gap that's currently in our charter should be filled in terms of succession of emergency powers specifically. That's the biggest gap that I can see that we just should have clarity on. Well, there isn't a bigger emergency. If we are going to postpone, then doing it to just 1 week away, well, we don't quite know what that looks like. I mean, I think it'd be one thing to postpone when this emergency is all the way done. But if we're going to do it, if we're going to be changing it in the midst of the emergency, it's a relatively calm, healthy time right now. So why not decide succession powers today?
Thank you, Ms. Vogel. Mr. Weddleton, do you want to speak to your motion?
Yeah, I would. Thank you. And I had sent in a list of questions and did not get any answers to the questions I presented on this one, and they're fairly fundamental. And I could go through them if you'd like. But I don't, and I could. I think a 1 week delay shouldn't be a crisis. Well, I guess we don't know, but I would count on it. Do you want me to go through? It's like 5 different points.
Yeah, why don't you go ahead, Mr. Weddleton. If there are specific questions you have for the administration, hopefully they can answer them.
Yeah, I'm sorry I didn't send these in. I mean, I just sent these kind of with my normal list of questions, and just never got an answer. And Mr. Wilbur asked all these questions. He said, I'll get you answers on these later, and that just, for whatever reason, didn't happen. But on page 3, line 31, it says, the mayor's emergency powers shall be assumed by the manager. And the problem with that is it contradicts what we say in Ordinance 2020-22 coming up next, where it says, which puts on the ballot a charter change that lets the city manager have those powers, because the charter says temporary absence or incapacity of the mayor. The charter provides that the municipal manager shall assume all the powers and duties of the mayor except emergency and veto powers. So in this ordinance, we're saying we will do something that the charter clearly says won't happen. Second point, this ordinance limits the transfer of power to the extent permitted by law. So given that the charter says the city manager can't have emergency powers, the question is, does this ordinance make the director of OMB the first in line to be holder of emergency powers? And I believe the answer is yes. I mean, I just never got a response on it. The line of succession presented here is the mayor, the municipal manager, then an assembly member. But the line for emergency powers is the mayor, the muni manager, if AO22 passes in the ballot next year, and then it goes through the list of department heads. So if the succession leads to an assembly member, does that assembly member have emergency powers? The definition of mayor contradicts that, because it says whoever lawfully assumes the role has the power and duties of the mayor. So that needs to be cleared up. And then it presented 4 amendments.
John, why don't we take a pause and let them answer that first, okay?
Yeah.
Okay. Ms. Vogel?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through the chair, Mr. Weddleton. So, yeah, right now the way we're interpreting the code is that the charter is that there's a gap, and the charter currently provides for in a situation of temporary incapacity that the municipal manager takes over all powers except emergency powers. It doesn't say or anticipate that anyone might need to take up emergency powers during a temporary incapacity. Then in the vacancies provision, it states that an assembly member takes over if there is a vacancy in the office of mayor, not referring to temporary. And so that's where we're looking to fill, given that we've got sort of a prolonged state of emergency at the moment, and one which does have the capability of rendering someone temporarily incapacitated, trying to have a line of succession set up for temporary assumption of powers. So if you view it as a gap rather than a prohibition, then the code is allowed to fill in who gets to assume temporary emergency powers. The code, as it's being presented here, would propose that it's the manager or a subordinate designated by the mayor. And then in the absence of or incapacity of both the manager and persons designated by the mayor, then it goes down the list and it provides several, including the director of OMB as the next default person to take over. So in terms of so that is how this would operate in the stopgap. In terms of what would happen if the charter amendment passed a full year and a few days from now, then you would probably need to revisit the AO because, or you would need to revisit the code because the charter amendment would say something different. So this current line of succession is about filling in the gap that is in the charter right now. That was only one of your questions, I think. Maybe you can remind me of another one if I've failed to answer it.
That was one, but, I think clear language says this municipal manager shall assume the powers and duty, in the case of incapacity, absence or incapacity of the mayor, municipal manager shall assume the powers and duties of the mayor except emergency and veto powers. And you call that a gap, not a statement that, no, he's not getting those. Is that correct?
Through the chair, Mr. Weddleton, I think that the gap that's quite clear is that the charter doesn't give anyone emergency powers in the situation of temporary incapacity of the mayor. That is the gap that's in the charter.
Okay.
Whether the charter bans the municipal manager and only the municipal manager from using emergency powers of the mayor is, I will concede, an ambiguous question. It is a difficult legal call. I could imagine a court going both ways on it. But it's certainly the provision of who gets that power is not spoken to. It's possible that the assembly or that the voters at that time were not thinking that in the period of temporary incapacity you would need to use emergency powers.
But that may be true, but they were thinking, but it says very clearly he doesn't get those powers. And here we're saying we're going to give them to him anyway. And I don't think we should do that. We should do something maybe a little bit different. And then should that ballot measure pass next year, then we get to where you want to go with this. I just think this goes clearly against the very clear wording of the charter. And I understand the issue here that we're trying to fix and appreciate that.
Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. Mr. Gates is in the queue.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to chime in here with my interpretation as well. I think Mr. Weddleton has a valid point. I do recognize there's a gap, as this ordinance and Ms. Vogel points out, but the charter's pretty clear. The manager can't take emergency powers in the temporary absence or incapacity of the mayor. And if this ordinance is passed the way it's written, it gives the manager those very powers. So that would be, I think, a conflict with that charter prohibition. It's an exception to what the manager can do. I think the fix is just remove the municipal manager from this ordinance. And like Ms. Vogel suggested, if the charter amendment passes, you can revisit this code again and add the municipal manager then. But I think that's the only real issue that I see is having a conflict between the overriding charter saying the manager can fill in a temporary absence or capacity of the mayor except emergency powers, and then doing it here today would be in conflict.
Thank you, Mr. Gates. Ms. Vogel.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I think that that's a perfectly reasonable way of reading the charter provision. And I think that the rationale behind deciding on this now, though, is having some sort of succession. And so even if it was amended to not have it be the municipal manager, then we would at least have a clearer succession in the case of temporary incapacity. And I do think that it was acknowledged that there was this ambiguity with the phrase to the extent permitted by law. But I can understand just trying to get some clarity here in this room now as we vote on it.
Thank you, Ms. Vogel. Mr. Weddleton, do you have anything else before we move on to other?
Okay, well, I had some other points, but I think what you see is the ambiguity that we really need to get that fixed before we move on with this. And
yeah.
I don't know that we can do it here and now. But I guess the next point was somewhat similar. If we accept, as it sounds like we're leading to, that we can't give the municipal manager emergency powers, then the way this is written is that makes the director of OMB the one that gets the emergency powers. And just as a body then, do we accept that? And I don't know that that's logical. It might be, but that's a big decision. Especially what we just did. We gave pretty huge emergency powers to the mayor, or, you know, not inappropriately, but it's a big deal.
Thank you.
And then there's the confusion there with the line of succession of the mayor to the mayor, muni manager, assembly member, but the emergency powers go mayor, muni manager, and then to department head. So you could have an assembly member being the mayor, but this describes the emergency powers going to a department head, but then the definition of mayor says whoever's mayor, which could be an assembly chair, would have those powers. So it contradicts itself. That needs to be fixed.
Thank you, Mr. Welton. Mr. Vogel, do you want to speak to that before we move on, or to his next point?
If I could, does Ms. Vogel have the email that has these questions?
Ms. Vogel.
Yes, I have that email somewhere in my inbox. Hold on.
I bet I can send it to you.
And as a reminder to everyone, we're currently debating a motion to postpone until March 31st.
And Ms. Vogel, I just sent it to you, and they're the very last block of questions.
Mr. Gates?
Thank you. I haven't seen the email. I thought that a quick fix here, I guess, is just to remove the municipal manager from this language for tonight, to remove that conflict with charter, I guess, or at least not have it be ambiguous by saying except as authorized by law. What I would suggest there is on page 3 of this ordinance at line 31, towards the end where it says, shall be assumed by the manager or subordinate, deleting the words the manager, or so it would say, shall be assumed by a subordinate designated by the mayor. And the second part to this would be deleting at line 33, both the manager and, in the sentence that says, in the absence or incapacity of both the manager and persons designated. If you just delete both the manager and, it would just have persons designated by the mayor. So I guess that's my quick fix off the cuff. And again, nothing, against the current municipal manager. I think he'd do an awesome job, but looking at the language here.
Thank you, Mr. Gates. Ms. Vogel, have you had a chance to review the email provided?
Mr. Chairman, I'm reviewing it now. So I like Mr. Gates's fix, and I do have a communication with the municipal manager that he's, willing to have passage of this that doesn't, provide for the emergency powers to go to the municipal manager, if that makes folks here uncomfortable in terms of contradictions with the charter. I'll just point out one more confusion about the charter not being super clear about succession, which is that in its portion, which refers to vacancies and it going to the assembly chair, it's not fully clear that it's giving the full mayoral powers. The only powers that it talks about giving the assembly member is the veto power. So it doesn't actually say that it gives the assembly chair the emergency powers either. I think it's something the charter is silent on, and that's what we'd like to fix.
Thank you, Ms. Vogel. John, do you have any other points before we vote on the motion to postpone?
Yeah, I think those points are the key reason, because we need to work on those. The other points I have, if we deal with it today, it's 4 minor amendments, and one matches Mr. Constant. But I think these are critical issues that we should wait 7 days.
Okay. Any other discussion on the motion to postpone?
Mr. Chair.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, Ms. Zolotel, you were in the queue. My fault.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I tend to agree with John. As I was trying to track what Mr. Gates was putting forward and everything, I actually would need some time with this to fully understand the implications of all of this. I think Mr. Weddleton's raising some interesting questions, particularly about conflicts within our own code. That's always concerning. And I don't see a 7-day delay being absolutely critical. I do recognize the administration's desire to move this forward because we are at a situation we're in a situation that's fluid and changing, but this ordinance, I think that we'd be okay to wait the 7 days, I guess is what I'm saying, so that we put together a good product that does what we're intending it to do in a manner that's conscientious and clear to the public and doesn't raise potential conflicts later. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Zolotel. Ms. Kennedy?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I don't have a problem with delaying either, postponing this till next week, but Mr. Rivera and I both caught this in part of our discussion last week on this item, and we have already crafted an amendment that brings a lot of this already to light and hopefully has a solution. So I know we'll probably be keeping that. I don't know if we will fine-tune it a little bit more, but it does get to the question of secession, and we were proposing that we make sure that there be an elected official secession to this. So postponing doesn't necessarily change what we'll do with that amendment. I just hope everybody's has a copy of it. If not, we'll get that sent out so people can think about it and maybe tweak it some more if necessary. But we do think this is a pretty important issue, and one of the reasons why we did put forward the amendment was for a lot of the reasons that Mr. Weddleton had concerns about. So anyway, we can postpone if we need to, but I think there's at least a couple of us that are ready to try to tweak this and make it a better product anyway. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Kennedy. We have Mr. Constant.
Just to note that we could, at the call of the chair, have an emergency meeting should in the next 7 days something befall our executive that we don't want to see happen. Stay safe, Mr. Mayor. But in that case, I think we can act to delegate these powers should we find the need. And so we've been pretty darn flexible at this point with addressing emergency incidents coming up. So I don't see a problem waiting.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Mr. Rivera. Mr. Rivera?
Apologies. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I certainly hope that Mr. Constant is accurate with that statement. I worry, right now we don't know if the mayor is potentially sick right now, has the virus, and in 4 days is on a ventilator. I would never wish that on him, but we don't know. So that is, a concern for me on postponing this item. And that if what Mr. Constant says is true, that we could, if that does happen, we can meet very quickly and make something like this happen, then I suppose I could support postponement.
Thank you, Mr. Rivera. Mr. Weddleton.
Okay, I don't believe I've seen the Kennedy-Rivera amendment. Was that distributed?
It was distributed here. Was it emailed out? The deputy clerk is indicating that it was emailed out, but she can resend it. Although, perhaps we could take a vote on this motion, because that might make this moot, and we could take that up On the 31st? So, Mr. Welton, do you have any other comments on this motion to postpone?
No, I'm good.
Okay. I'm not seeing any other comments, so please vote on this motion to postpone until the 31st.
Mr. Weddleton?
Yes.
Ms. Zolotel?
Yes.
Ms. Kennedy?
Yes.
Mr. Rivera?
Yes.
Ms. LaFrance?
Yes.
Mr. Peterson?
Yes.
Ms. Quinn Davidson?
No.
Mr. Perez Verdilla?
Yes.
That motion passes 8-3. So that will be, we will take that up again on the 31st, the special meeting. So we are now on item, we're now on item 14F, ordinance number AO 2020-22, an ordinance of the Anchorage Assembly submitting to the qualified voters of the municipality of Anchorage at the regular municipal election on April 6, 2021, a ballot proposition amending Anchorage Municipal Charter Article 5, the executive branch, to permit delegation of the mayor's emergency power. Madam Deputy Clerk, do we have anyone else who asked to speak on this item?
Mr. Haberman was the only request.
Okay. So seeing as there's no one else, public testimony is now closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to postpone.
Second.
What?
Move to postpone until the 31st or some other date? Ms. Zolotel? Or I'm sorry.
That was Ms. Kennedy.
Ms. Kennedy.
Till March 31st.
Okay. And the second was Mr. Constant. Yep. Discussion on the motion. Mr. Constant.
Yeah, I think this one in particular we can take our time on, and that can't be voted on for a year. We don't have to have it on the ballot till January. And so while we moved it to the 31st, it might behoove us to just spend our time really thinking this through and come at it when we're not in the midst of an emergency, when we're all meeting in the same room. And so I would be supportive of that approach for this underlying item after the 31st. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Okay. Any other discussion on the motion to postpone?
Yes, Mr. Chair, this is Ms. Zolotel.
Go ahead, Ms. Zolotel.
Thank you. I tend to agree with Mr. Constant. I think I would prefer to just push this out a little ways, even past the 31st. It doesn't seem to need to go at the special meeting that's noticed, and could go quite a ways out, quite honestly. And I think it actually might be a really good idea to do that so that we might have some more distance or vision on kind of what may play out. Hopefully nothing, but we'd have some more information. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Zolotel. Any other discussion on this motion to postpone? All right, please vote on the motion to postpone.
Mr. Weddleton?
Yes.
Ms. Zolotel?
Yes.
Ms. Kennedy?
Yes.
Mr. Rivera?
Yes.
Ms. LaFrance?
Yes.
Mr. Peterson?
Yes.
Ms. Quinn Davidson?
Yes.
Mr. Perez Verdilla?
Yes.
That motion passes unanimously. We are now on item 14I, the main event. Resolution number AR 2020-78, the resolution of the Anchorage Assembly concerning the Alaska Railroad's claim to exclusive use in their right-of-way and supporting House Bill 263. Assembly members LaFrance, Weddleton, and Dyson. Madam Deputy Clerk, do we have anyone who wants to speak to this item?
Yes, we have 5 requests to speak. Our first is Tim Sullivan.
Yeah, I wonder if we should have done the other items first. Will those all go to... Or the 14th.
Hello, Mr. Sullivan?
Yes.
Hi, Mr. Sullivan. You're on with the Anchorage Assembly.
Mr. Sullivan, this is Assemblymember Dunbar. You'll have 3 minutes to speak to Resolution AR 2020-78.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair. For the record, my name is Tim Sullivan. I'm the Director of External Affairs for the Alaska Railroad. Since my time is limited, I'll get right to it. There seems to be a lot of misunderstanding and misstatements about what House Bill 263, which this resolution supports, does and doesn't do. To begin with, House Bill 263 is a case of kind of moving the goalpost once again when the desired outcome was not reached by previous legislation. Legislation that was passed in 2018 stated that the Alaska Railroad only had the rights and the right-of-way that the federal government enjoyed at the time the railroad was transferred to the state of Alaska. The railroad was able to show through historic records that all the actions taken by and rights the current Alaska Railroad has in regards to the right-of-way and listed in the Alaska Railroad Transfer Act were the same actions and rights that the federal government had at the time of transfer. Because that did not have the desired effect of handing ownership of the right-of-way, a valuable state resource, over to individuals who have no viable legal claim to the property. So since going back to the early 1980s didn't seem to do the trick, it's now time to try to stretch the logic all the way past any reasonable point to 1914. What House Bill 263, and by extension this resolution, do is try to change the federal law and rights the Alaska's congressional delegation and legislative leaders fought for through state law to disallow certain uses of the Alaska Railroad's right-of-way. The 1914 Act, which House Bill 263 refers to, says that the only allowed uses of the right-of-way are for railroads, telephones, and telegraphs. It does not list any other allowable uses. By referring to the 1914 Act, all of the other uses that the federal government allowed in the right-of-way could be disallowed, and the Alaska Railroad could be required to evict them. This goes for all residential uses, as well as the Tony Knowles Coastal Trail, AWWU sewer and water pipes that run through the right-of-way, ML&P and Chugach electric lines and facilities that make use of the right-of-way, and any other uses of the right-of-way that were allowed by the federal government for decades before the transfer. The resolution also mentions the issue of municipal land that borders and uses the Alaska Railroad right-of-way. I'd like to remind all the members here of the case of Alvin Mervyn. About 25 years ago, Alvin, then only 12 years old, accessed the Alaska Railroad right-of-way and the tracks via right-of-way that is permitted to the municipality by the Alaska Railroad. Tragically, Alvin tried to jump a train near Bootlegger's Cove and had both legs amputated below the knee. The municipality was found liable in that case. It is the intention of this resolution for the municipality to take on even more or maybe all responsibility and liability when it comes to people accessing the right-of-way, especially in places like Ocean View, where someone put Ocean View Park on one side of the railroad tracks and Ocean View Bluff Park on the other side of the tracks so that children can run from one side of the tracks to the other with their sleds to go down the sledding hill. I can't imagine that's something the municipality wants to take on. Certainly as a resident and a taxpayer in the municipality, I'd completely discourage you from doing that. In closing, I'd just like to say that in an after-the-fact working group we had 2 years ago regarding yet another resolution that this Assembly passed regarding the Alaska Railroad's right-of-way, Mr. Dunbar, Mr. Weddleton, and the other Assembly members present all made statements that this issue needed to be resolved in a court of law, not legislatively. And yet here we are again. I specifically asked folks to back those statements of 2 years ago and direct folks to take their case to court. Or if the concern is about municipal use of the right-of-way, direct the municipality to take it to court, rather than to try and change federal law through state law in a really sloppy and slipshod fashion.
Thank you, Mr. Sullivan. Your time has expired.
I encourage the rest of the body to oppose this resolution.
Thank you, Mr. Sullivan. We'll call you back if any members have questions for you during debate.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Ms. Vindeklassen, does anyone else wish to testify on this?
Yes, excuse me. Yes, Mr. Chair. Our next caller is Jack Brown.
Okay.
Hello.
Hello, is this Mr. Brown?
Yes.
Hi, Mr. Brown. You're on with the Anchorage Assembly.
Okay.
Oh, I'm sorry. Mr. Brown, you'll have 3 minutes to testify to the resolution regarding the railroad right-of-way.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to provide testimony on this resolution. This property rights issue has been a very difficult and long-standing issue. The primary reason this has drug on for some 8 years now is because at its inception with the Transfer Act in 1983, for some reason the Alaska Railroad was incorporated as a completely separate legal entity from its owner, the state of Alaska. Because of this, the railroad has been able to easily block any corrective action by continually ignoring state statute and those seeking return of stolen property rights. They continue to this day to hold themselves far above the law. More specifically, in 2005 and 2006, the railroad accepted over 40 new federal land patents which directly conflicted with previously and fully vested federal patents from Seward to Fairbanks. This was accomplished in secret behind closed doors and was a fundamental change to the legal nature of my fee simple homestead property, which underlies the right-of-way. This action was completely void of any adjudication or any lawful constitutional process. The value of my property has been severely compromised as a result. Most Anchorage and other Alaskans who share the right-of-way have no idea what's happened, but most of all are negatively affected. I've heard some rumblings recently that with recent board member changes in the railroad, that perhaps the idea of actually respecting our state and federal constitution and the rule of law might be an idea whose time has finally come to our Alaska Railroad. Although I'm highly skeptical, if this is in fact the case, then this resolution should act as an effective tool to help the new railroad board members convince senior railroad leadership to clean up this mess once and for all and finally clear the illegal cloud on title to municipal, private, and commercial property lands throughout Anchorage and all along the rail belt. And a quick comment to Mr. Sullivan's comment there. Our nation is chock full of railroads lawfully operating under the 1914 right-of-way that are full of utilities and all kinds of uses that are done lawfully. Thank you again for your consideration.
Thank you, sir. All right. Madam Deputy Clerk, could you call the next person who wants to testify?
Yes, your next caller is Robert Gastrock.
Okay.
Hello.
Hello, Mr. Gastrock. You're on with the Anchorage Assembly.
Yes.
Hello, Mr. Gastrock. You'll have 3 minutes to speak to the resolution regarding the Alaska Railroad. If you could please proceed.
Okay. Good evening. My name is Bob Gastrock. When my wife and I purchased our home in South Anchorage in 1976, we received a copy of the homestead patent to this land, which reserved for the federal government a surface easement for railroad operations over the back portion of our property. In 2012, the Alaska Railroad Corporation implemented the RUP program, requiring permits and fees for any use of the right-of-way by proximate landowners. This sparked a contentious struggle between property owners and the railroad. The basis for the railroad's position was its claim to exclusive use of the right-of-way, a term coined in the Alaska Railroad Transfer Act in 1983. It purported to grant the railroad special rights previously unknown, including the right to fence off the entire right-of-way and bar all others from access. In the transfer process, the state accepted the interim conveyances and new land patents which professed to afford these rights. These conveyances created clouds on title, which until recently were not recognized by title companies due to different indexing systems. 2 years ago, Representative Chuck Kopp introduced House Joint Resolution 38 in an effort to restore vested property rights. Anchorage Assembly Resolution AR 2018-94 supported the joint resolution, the contents of which were later included in House Bill 119, passed in May of 2018. That bill amended Alaska Statute 424350, which specified that the railroad could not claim exclusive use unless it could show that the federal government possessed such ownership at the time of transfer. Last October, to facilitate determination as prescribed in that statute, Flying Crown Homeowners Association provided the railroad with a chain of title report clearly showing that fee simple ownership of its portion of the Spearstead homestead underlying the right-of-way belongs solely to Flying Crown. The railroad was invited to produce any documents which demonstrate otherwise. To date, they have not made a showing. Rather, in their November 2019 response letter, they continued to defiantly assert their exclusive use claim, refusing Flying Crown's request to record documents, relinquishing that claim, and removing the cloud on title. House Bill 263 contains more prescriptive language than that in House Bill 119 of 2 years ago. Assembly Resolution 2020-78 supports this bill. It also encourages Anchorage's mayor and staff to protect municipal land interests in the right-of-way. It is noteworthy that in January of 2016, now 4 years ago, I and others met with Mayor Berkowitz and Mr. Falsey, then municipal attorney. We described the nature and extent of the problem and provided legal opinions by respected right-of-way experts, noting that the municipality is also a stakeholder in this matter. AR 2020-78 promotes multiple favorable outcomes. Please support it. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Madam Deputy Clerk, could you please call the next testifier?
Yes, Mr. Chair. Next, you have Representative Chuck Kopp.
Your call has been forwarded to an automatic voice message system.
We'll try him again.
Let's try the next person, and we'll call him back.
Right, your next caller is Mr. John Pletcher.
Hello?
Hello, Mr. Pletcher. You're on with the Anchorage Assembly.
Mr. Pletcher, you'll have 3 minutes to speak to the resolution regarding the Alaska Railroad. If you could please proceed.
Thank you very much. My background in this matter is similar to Mr. Gastrock and Mr. Brown. I first became aware of this problem directly in 2012, and I've been looking into the matter consistently since then, and I've spent considerable amount of time doing so. I'd like to address to the body a website, www.railroadedalaska, with an ED, railroadedalaska.com. And on the homepage, there's a letter from Don Young that explains in basic terms the mistake that was made by the federal government in transferring assets from federal ownership to the state. I invite you to take a look at that letter. Up at the top of the homepage, there's another page entitled Deep Subjects for the Really Brave Reader. And there's a whole list of very good information on that page that you can click on and read. One of these is a multi-page document that was prepared through Chuck Kopp's office entitled The Overview and History, that gives you the basic outline of the problem, how it was created. And that was in support of House Joint Resolution 38, which became House Bill 119 that was referred to by Mr. Gastrock. This is a decade-old problem, and with your support for House Bill 263, I think we can move the railroad toward a solution to this problem that recognizes private property rights, and that has not been the case heretofore. So I encourage you to vote in favor of the resolution 2020-78, and if you have any questions, I'm available at all hours of the day and night. So if you want to have coffee and we can sit down and talk in detail, we can do so later, but your support on this is important now. I appreciate your time.
Thank you, Mr. Pletcher. All right, Madam Deputy Clerk, could you please try Representative Kopp again?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Hello, this is Chuck.
Hi, Representative Kopp. You're on with the Anchorage Assembly.
Hello, Representative. This is Chair Dunbar. Thank you for speaking with us tonight. You'll have 3 minutes to address the resolution.
Thank you, Chair Dunbar. Members of the Assembly, thank you for this opportunity to comment and for taking the time to discuss this important issue during these trying times. Thank you to Assembly members Suzanne LaFrance, John Weddleton, and Fred Dyson for introducing this resolution and for just continuing to support private and municipal property rights along the right-of-way of the railroad. So why then for House Bill 263? It's the difference between those rights actually held by the federal government when it was a federally owned railroad and those that were transferred to the state in 1983 that the Railroad Corporation now claims are stark and troublesome. for the property owners, for the municipality, public at large, for businesses, and for the Alaska Railroad. The cloud on title created by conflicting land patents and the potential loss of access for recreational and compatible use severely diminishes property values, and participating in the unlawful annexation of these private property rights without due process of law creates enormous liability for the state. As many of you know, this bill and resolution that is supporting it has a bit of history, but at the heart of the issue is the Alaska Railroad's continued assertion of an exclusive right to lands within 560 miles of right-of-way, despite clear Supreme Court and administrative law regulation to the contrary, laws that preserve the ability of the underlying landowners to access and use their lands if they are non-interfering uses within the right-of-way. The railroad's assertion is based on a flawed interpretation of the terms of the 1983 sale of the railroad from the federal government to the state. The only living legislator that voted on the Alaska Railroad Transfer Act, Congressman Don Young, has confirmed this to us, which is why the legislature nearly unanimously supported House Joint Resolution 38, which was later incorporated into House Bill 119, when he said what you are addressing can be only described as a failure of federal agencies to understand clear direction from Congress and to dutifully recognize basic tenets of due process, which have needlessly resulted in a cloud on title for neighbors along the right-of-way. Mr. Chairman, the federal act that enabled the sale of the railroad in all but two very limited instances, the federal government only conveyed a standard right-of-way, a surface easement, not an exclusive use to the railroad. The two limited instances were in Denali National Park and where it crossed lands claimed by Alaska Native corporations. In all other instances, a standard surface easement right-of-way was conveyed. At the very least, the effect of the railroad's assertion of this exclusive use right of the right-of-way where they don't have one is that hundreds of property owners throughout the rail belt, including homesteaders, businesses, local governments, all have a cloud on their title. And at worst, private and commercial property owners have been denied access or forced to pay fees to use their own land. In many instances, this has amounted to an uncompensated and an unconstitutional taking of property. The impacts you have heard have ranged from collecting hefty user fees, gating and locking landowners out of their own property, barring first responders during wildfires from accessing fresh water, accessing the right-of-way, charging natural gas and telecom utilities millions of dollars in tariffs, which are ultimately passed on to ratepayers. Although it's difficult to tell just by reading it, what House Bill 263 does is simply state that the right-of-way conveyed to the state in the 1983 sale of the railroad is the standard right-of-way originally created under the 1914 Railroad Act, not the exclusive use right-of-way claimed by the railroad today. The key difference here is that with the standard right-of-way, the underlying landowner, be it a homesteader, business owner, or municipality, can still access and use their own land within the right-of-way, as long as it doesn't interfere with the safe operation of the railroad.
Representative Kopp, I apologize. Your time has expired, but we have a question from Mr. Weddleton.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Sure. Thank you, Representative Kopp. So it was said earlier that the current bill that we propose to support here moves the goalpost from where you were 2 years ago. Is that what is happening here?
So that is absolutely false. What happened 2 years ago in House Bill 119 is the legislature, in an attempt to force the railroad to not make these claims, and that was as a result of dozens of hours of Judiciary Committee hearings and House Resource Committee hearings where all the legal counsel of the railroad was able to explain their position of how they came to an exclusive use. It amounted to no support from the legislature when they got into the legal record. And what the legislature passed was saying that you could no longer assert any property interest or claim if you could not show that you had that the federal government actually owned that property interest at the time of the transfer. And that was very significant to the railroad, and they fought that simple amendment inserted into Alaska Statute Title 42, which controls railroad law, because they did not believe they could show that. So when the legislature said that you do not have authority over any right, title, or interest in property transferred under this section that you did not possess, that the United States government, when you were a federal railroad, if you didn't have it then, you don't have it now. And you didn't magically get more property rights at the time of the transfer, that would be an unconstitutional taking. What we told them is that the federal government didn't have it then, you don't have it now. Stolen property rights are stolen property rights, and the lapse of time doesn't make it better. And we spoke very clearly, and they indicated then that they, and they said so much in correspondence that they did not believe, that they did not know it. If they had an exclusive use easement, they felt they could make a legal argument, but they didn't know. But they said also that if they did got it, it wasn't their fault. If they did receive it, it wasn't their fault, and they shouldn't have to give it back. And it was our view that, number one, going back to Congressman Young's letter and the Supreme Court record on this, that there has been no exclusive use railroad since 1875, when Congress passed the Congressional Railroad Act, and they said no more land-grant railroads. It only results in corruption, and we only incentivize that to get the east-west route pushed through from coast to coast. After that, every railroad in America has been a surface easement only. And so for Mr. Sullivan to say that we're only moving the Gulf Coast is wrong. We have realized that the railroad will not back away from a claim that has resulted in an attack on nearly every landowner through the railroad corridor in Anchorage, and has held them hostage in a sense of not being able to even cross their own property to the other side of the tracks, remembering that homesteads, federal patents, where the federal government patented out of possession of the federal government into private lands, only reserved a surface easement to the railroad right through the middle of the homestead. If it was meant to be exclusive use, they would have done homesteads on either side of the tracks, but they did it right through the middle because they never intended for property owners to be denied access to their full land. It never was in Congress's intent, which is what Congressman Young lays out in correspondence to us, that is an outrageous claim of the railroad to say that they got an exclusive use in these patented lands, either to town sites, municipalities, homesteads, and other patents where the federal government completely relinquished all interest and only reserved to the railroad. And for rail, telegraph, and telephone, that's an important point, that it was for utilities also, because our utility companies are really hurt by this also. The railroad is telling them that the original 1914 railway was not for them either when it was. And so the railroad acts as its own rate-setting agency for many agencies, which ultimately drives up our utility bills.
Thank you, Representative Kopp. We have another question from Mr. Constant.
Thank you, sir. Representative Kopp, we've heard what might seem a reasonable argument that says delay this item until April 14th. What's your response to that?
For 25 years, the railroad has not responded in a favorable way to this. I go back to 1996 when Phyllis Johnson, who was the CEO of the railroad, was giving testimony in front of the Alaska Legislature, Legislative Budget and Audit Committee, and they were asking about this exclusive use claim in the right-of-way. And she said, the exclusive use claim is not found anywhere else in property law other than in the Alaska Railroad Transfer Act. And she goes, it appears it was concocted just for this act, and it appears that we don't actually own everything we thought we did. And we are researching title, parcel by parcel, to figure out what did the federal government actually own and what was actually transferred to the state. So the legislature was trying to figure this out in 1996 because there were problems in Whittier, in Seward, in the Denali Borough, in Fairbanks, and up and down the track. And since that time, there has been no resolution and no record that the railroad has ever brought forward that they have done this title research, that they have proven that they actually have the exclusive use that they claim. I mean, the first thing your attorney will ever tell you with your property is clear your title. Know that you have what you say you have. The railroad has never done that. Why? Number one, it's hard work. And two, they know they didn't get the exclusive use at the time of the transfer, which, and if they had, they would have never pursued another patent in 2005 and 2006 from the Department of Interior to overlay the Anchorage Bowl to give an exclusive use easement.
Could I just ask one more refining question there? So do you anticipate the legislature will still be in session on April 14th?
You know, I don't know. The COVID-19 thing, we are really pushing hard to get our budget done. We hope to be out of here in about 4 or 5 days.
Right.
And,
so that actually is a pretty compelling argument to me. If we're going to speak, wouldn't it be wise for us to speak before the adjournment?
I would certainly hope so.
Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. LaFrance, did you have a question?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, I do, actually. And thank you, Representative Kopp, for speaking with us. It was also brought up by the previous speaker, why not resolve this in court? Clearly, as Mr. Constant has pointed out, there's a timing issue given the shortness or anticipated shortness of the session. But aside from that, why not go back to court on this issue? Would you address that?
Yes, thank you for the question. So we all know how much money John Sturgeon spent to, just show that it's lawful to access state waters that happen to flow through federal parks. It would cost him millions of dollars, and he went all the way to the U.S. Supreme Court. It's the railroad's position that any litigation against the right-of-way, that the U.S. solicitor would have to defend them. So if that's true, and I actually don't believe that's true, but if it is true, they could easily bankrupt any single litigant that would bring an action in the right-of-way against them. And they also know that they are an entity of the state of Alaska, and the state of Alaska owns that right-of-way, and that the state can actually tell them, what their ownership interest is in the right-of-way. And so their biggest fear is that we would take the onus off individual landowners to bankrupt themselves in court litigating against them and address this as a state government. Our entire congressional delegation has made it very clear to me that, this has been in state hands for almost 40 years. It's a state issue. The state should take care of it. And they know that there has been some challenges which we have highlighted, brought to light, but they feel it's entirely up to us to say, railroad, this is what you got. You will act in this way. You have a standard surface easement in the right-of-way. The railroad wants that to be litigated, and they want individual litigants to take them on. And they have the ability to bankrupt people. And I do not want my constituents or anybody to have to go through that, especially in light of the legal review that we have that supports our position.
Thank you, Representative Kopp. Really appreciate your testimony. Ms. LaFrance, did you have any other follow-up to that?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. That's all.
Wonderful. Representative Kopp, we'll give you a call back if during discussion there's something we want you to clarify, okay?
Okay, thank you, sir.
Thank you so much. Okay, is there anyone else who'd like to testify? Okay, all right, then public testimony is now closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve. Second.
Moved by Mr. Dyson, seconded by Mr. Constant. We're debating the main motion. Mr. Dyson.
Yeah, thank you. There are disadvantages to being around this process so long. So I spent a lot of time on the phone with Craig Campbell, chair of the Railroad Board, Kevin Clarkson, Attorney General, who I've known for years, and of course Mr. Kopp, and quite a few people from South Anchorage. And anyways, I wished I'd paid a little more attention to the framing of this thing. A couple things that I would suggest, and I've written them up as an amendment. One is on the action section 1, insert the word passage of the principles of HB 263 liable to get some amendments, and it may change when it gets to the Senate, but it really doesn't make any difference because it'll be held over until next year. And the second one, apparently none of us who sponsored this talked to the mayor, and as I understand my conversations with the mayor, he has no tools in which to fight this battle, and so I want to insert the word appropriate here, so we're not heavy-handed in telling him what to do or stuff. And then this is a battle of warring lawyers, and quite surprisingly, the lawyers for the railroad and the lawyers for the state, i.e. the AG, have different opinions on the same issue, all of them consistent with their employer, which is a great surprise, and so on. So when I wanted to insert the word here that the railroad has apparently exercised rights it does not have, rather than saying we certainly know that that's true. I believe it's true, and I don't want to speak for Kevin, but my sense is he agrees. So anyways, I just wanted to insert word apparently there.
Mr. Dyson, I apologize. Mr. Weddleton has asked to move his amendment before yours. I just want to ask him why. Perhaps that's relevant, and then we'll come back to move yours if that's okay. Mr. Weddleton, why do you need to move yours?
Did Mr. Dyson clearly move his amendment, or is that
No, he hasn't moved his amendment yet.
Oh, he did. Okay, I missed that part. Well, I guess we don't have to. My amendment deals with the very end of his. So it might make more sense to move mine, and if it passes, then just don't do the final part of his. Or if mine fails, then continue with his as it is. It's just the orders, because we overlap a little bit.
So, if I might, Mr. Chair, I would offer it might be wiser, Mr. Weddleton, to do it in the reverse order, because I believe the merits of yours are worth keeping, but his would change it back. And so it might be wise for us to adopt his, and then on that last one, have a conversation about it.
Sort of. I suppose that'll work. I mean, the wording of mine would be different if we had changed it moments before, but that's fine either way. I'll just make mine. He's made his. So Fred's moved his amendment.
He hasn't yet, but I assume he wants to. Mr. Dyson, do you want to move your amendment?
Sure, I move Amendment 2.
Okay.
Second.
So moved and seconded. We're now debating the amendment, Mr. Dyson's amendment, and he went through that. Everyone should have that. Does anyone not have the amendment? Okay. All right. Any other discussion on Mr. Dyson's amendment?
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
if somebody can tell me when that one was sent, I could probably find it. I'm not finding it at the moment, so.
Ms. Veneklassen is going to resend it.
Oh, perfect. That works. Thank you.
Ms. Veneklassen, could you resend Mr. Weddleton's at the same time? Yeah. We'll send both of those.
If I may, Mr.
Yes,
Chair.
please, Mr. Dyson.
On the line 29 there, I'm just making the language here a little softer, so maybe I'm wimping out, but I think it's a little bit less directive, but just suggesting to Murkowski and Young that they consider withdrawing their action before the railroad board, and so on. It doesn't change, none of these things changes at all the impact of what we're trying to do. Is just a little wordsmithing.
Thank you, Mr. Dyson. Ms. Veneklassen, has that email gone out? All right. Ms. Kennedy, do you have the amendments now?
Yes, I do. Thank you.
Great. Is there any other discussion on this amendment? Mr. Constant?
I don't know why I was in the queue.
Oh, I apologize. Okay.
Yeah, it was from before. I just would say of the first one, this comports with Mr. Weddleton's principle of not staying tied to a specific piece of legislation going forward. So, but it's all reasonable.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Is there any other discussion on Mr. Dyson's amendment?
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
this is Ms. LaFrance. I do have a question because I was wondering if we ought to bifurcate because I'm not convinced that the last part of Mr. Dyson's amendment where it proposes amending item 5 that Congressman Young consider withdrawing the request versus the language that Mr. Weddleton will be proposing in his amendment. So I guess I would make a motion to bifurcate so that we could vote on those 3 items or 3 sections and then address that final one. Maybe, I don't know if it would be before or after Mr. Weddleton's amendment.
Sounds good. Is there a second to that motion to bifurcate?
Second.
Who was that?
Ms. Zalatel.
Ms. Zalatel, okay. So there, we have...
like to speak on it.
Me too.
Okay, Mr. Weddleton, the motion on the motion to bifurcate?
Yeah, I appreciate that thought. I don't think we need to do that. If we pass Mr. Dyson's as it's presented and then go to Amendment 1, Amendment 1 proposes to just delete that whole section, however it's worded, whether now or if you bifurcate it.
Yep, I agree.
Okay, Mr. Constant?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I would just offer the same exact analysis that we can cross the bridge with one less step if we just remove the motion to bifurcate and get on with the vote, and then we can take up Mr. Weddleton's amendment, land the plane with one less process. So I would vote this down if we had to vote, but it would be better if we just wiped it off the table.
I'll withdraw it. That's fine.
Does the second...
And the plane or bring the train to the station?
Does the second agree to withdraw?
Mr. Chair, I'll withdraw it. Mostly I just wanted to get a little more feedback on it, so thanks.
Thank you. Okay, so we are now back to Mr. Dyson's amendment. Mr. Dyson, do you want to speak to this any further?
Negative.
Okay, please vote on Mr. Dyson's amendment.
Mr. Weddleton?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
Mr. Weddleton?
Yes.
Ms. Zalatel?
Yes.
Ms. Kennedy?
Yes.
Mr. Rivera?
Yeah.
Ms. LaFrance?
Yes.
Mr. Peterson?
Yes.
Ms. Quinn Davidson?
Yes.
Mr. Perez Padilla?
Yes.
That amendment passes unanimously? I can't see. Okay, unanimously. No worries. Mr. Weddleton, would you like to propose amendment number 1?
I'd like to move Amendment 1.
Second.
Moved by Mr. Weddleton, seconded by Mr. Constant. Any discussion on this amendment?
This acknowledges that the Senator Murkowski and Congressman Young actually did rescind their request to the GAO to study the issue. They sent a letter to Bill O'Leary, the CEO of the Alaska Railroad, and said that it's simply not going to get done by the GAO and that it should be settled at the state level. So it rewords one of the whereas statements to acknowledge that. And because of that, Section 5, page 2, line 29 would be deleted in its entirety.
Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. Any other further discussion on this amendment? Mr. Dyson, do you want to speak to the amendment at all? Okay, he's shaking his head no. Now he is lunging across the table. Okay. See no further discussion. Please vote on this item. On this amendment.
Mr. Weddleton? Ms. Solotaw?
Yes.
Ms. Kennedy?
Yes.
Mr. Rivera?
Yes.
Ms. LaFrance?
Yes.
Mr. Peterson?
Yes.
Ms. Quinn Davidson?
Yes.
Mr. Perez-Verdia?
Yes.
That amendment passes unanimously. Was it unanimous? Okay. Unanimously. We are now back to the main motion. Mr. Constant.
Thank you. I support this resolution, and I'm going to continue to support the efforts to bring some clarity to the property rights questions around the railroad. Having heard, again, Mr. Sullivan, who I really respect, make his case, it's about safety, it's about all these things. The reason I supported this long before I was elected was because I was approached by an elderly woman who'd been gardening on a piece of land for decades, to which she was told, I now, by the railroad, I'm told I need to pay them a fee if I want to grow my garden in their right-of-way. And so that message to me so long ago made it very clear that it's about fees and permits, not about safety. And so I support the people's right to use their land, and we need to come up with solutions that include both the safety and people's access and rights to use their land. But I'm going to fall on the side of the people using their land.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Mr. Weddleton?
Oh, thanks. Yeah, I, of course, support this. Couple points. We heard that if this, the railroad's current, the way they believe it is, changes, that there would be a safety issue. But, in fact, they would retain an easement where the railroad is. And within that easement, they have all the rights and responsibilities that they need to maintain safe operations within that easement. So the safety issue is not really quite correct. And something came up recently, just a month or so ago, the railroad sent out a request for proposals for appraisals of their land so that they could revise the amount that they would charge people such as that woman gardening. And they said very clearly in their instructions that all of their land should be appraised as if they owned it fee simple. So despite the very clear message from the legislature 2 years ago, the railroad is ignoring it, essentially. So as we heard from Mr. Kopp, this simply makes it much more simple. No, you don't own it if the federal government didn't own it when you got the railroad. It just makes it more clear. So I hope we'll support this. I appreciate Mr. Dyson's amendments quite a bit because, as Mr. Constant said, it does match little amendments that I frequently do and missed on this one. So urge your support.
Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. I'm not seeing anyone else in the queue. Please vote on this item.
Mr. Weddleton?
Yes.
Ms. Solotaw?
Yes.
Ms. Kennedy?
Yes.
Mr. Rivera?
Yes.
Ms. LaFrance?
Yes.
Ms. LaFrance?
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Peterson.
Ms. Quinn Davidson?
Yes.
Mr. Perez-Verdia?
Yes.
That item passes unanimously. We are now on item 14J. I believe the intent is to continue public hearing on this. Madam Deputy Clerk, do we have anyone else who wanted to speak to this? Okay. Ms. Quinn Davidson, did you want to make a motion to continue this?
Yeah, I moved to continue public hearing. I guess there was no one today, but and pick this up on April 28th. Does that sound good? Okay.
All right. Moved and seconded to continue public hearing until April 28th. Any discussion on this motion?
I can share why I'm moving. I've been working on this with Dee and Dean and Barbara and a team for months, but we decided to go ahead and move it forward to give more time for the clerk's office to focus on really important duties right now.
Thank you, Ms. Quinn Davidson. Any other discussion? Yeah, the second was, who was the second on that again?
Ms. Solotaw.
Thank you, Ms. Solotaw.
Craig.
Okay, so I'm going to ask for unanimous consent for that motion. Does anyone oppose the motion to continue public hearing until the 28th of April?
28th, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, is that not what I said? Okay, yeah, that's right.
I think the 20th, but it might be the fall.
The 28th of April. Okay, not seeing any opposition, that motion passes. We are now on item 14K, ordinance number AO 2020-30, an ordinance of the Anchorage Assembly updating procedural rules for assembly meetings and agendas by amending Anchorage Municipal Code, Chapter 2.30, Rules of Procedure for the Assembly, and Section 2.20050, Summary of the Duties of the Municipal Clerk. Madam Deputy Clerk, was there anyone else who wished to testify on this item? Okay, no one besides Mr. Haberman, who already spoke. Ms. Quinn Davidson, do you also want to continue public hearing until the 28th?
Yes, I move to continue public hearing on this item until April 28th. Okay.
Seconded by Ms. Zolotel. Any discussion?
And same reasoning, Mr. Chair. It's just to free up the clerk's office since they're exceptionally busy during this time.
Thank you, Ms. Quinn Davidson. I'm asked for unanimous consent. Is there any opposition to this motion? Hearing none, that is continued until the 28th. We are now on item 14L, resolution number AR 2020-86, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly approving an amendment to an alcohol special land use permit for retail sales of alcohol with brewery license number 5382 for Odd Man Rush Brewing, LLC, doing business as Odd Man Rush Brewing.
Waive reading.
Thank you. All right, public testimony is now open. Madam Deputy Clerk, was there anyone who wished to testify on this item? Okay, seeing no one. Public testimony is now closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Was that Mr. Perez-Rodilla?
Yes.
Thank you. So moved and seconded. Any discussion on this item? All right, seeing none, please vote on this item. What? Oh, okay. It's okay. So let's,
Mr. Weddle.
Yes.
Ms. Zolotel.
Yes.
Ms. Kennedy.
Yes.
Mr. Rivera.
Yes.
Ms. LeGrand.
Yes.
Mr. Peterson.
Yes.
Ms. Quinn Davidson.
Yes.
Mr. Perez-Rodilla.
Yes.
yeah, he is. Say excused. That item passes 10-0. All right, that concludes all of our public hearings. Special orders, there are none. Audience participation. Ms. Venneklassen, did anyone ask to participate from the public?
Yes, Mr. Haberman would like to participate.
Okay, please give him a call.
Hello?
Mr. Haberman, you're on with the Anchorage Assembly.
Mr. Haberman, it's now time for audience participation. You will have 3 minutes starting now.
Okay, my name is Eugene Carl Haberman. I live in the Metro Valley and follow the public process. When the public process is done, appropriate decision made by the governing body is more likely in the public interest. Number one, it's vitally important to have not a one-sided conversation, but a conversation with the people before you make decisions. Tonight, I know we're dealing with a world health crisis, but I told you earlier in previous meetings, your technology today shows that it's weak, and there's been disruptions as far as for the public to really hear what's going on, including assembly members. and it's been rather chaotic. Also, you put your amendments, the public can't see them, and they're blind to them. I remind you of encouraging you to have your meetings in the LUSAC library area where you have your regular meetings and not in City Hall. And also caution you to stay away from the scenario of using technology other than what you generally use at the LUSAC Library Assembly Chambers. And I don't think there's anything more I can say except that look at the number of people that were able to testify. Look at the number of people that really know about the change, that there was a cutoff time of 2 o'clock to sign up for this, to be able to speak. And look at the way the press covers what's going on. I encourage the public to go on muni.org and listen to the assembly meeting of last Friday night. That was a historical moment of where the public was really not connected. And note this, I was the only one member of the public in that room concerned about crowds and everything. I was the only one. And there were not that many people that testified tonight, even with the way you did your operation. And I guess that's all I say except this, is I wish you the best and hope we can get through this together and go forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Haberman. All right. There's no one else who asked to participate tonight. We have now time for assembly comments. Madam Clerk, could you call the folks out, please?
Yes. For assembly comments, we'll start in the order that I've got you on the roll call. That would be Mr. Weddleton.
Mr. Weddleton?
I was just saying how well things went, and I realized I didn't have my unmute button. But anyway, you guys did a great job there. This went very smoothly, so appreciate that.
Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. Where nothing can possibly go wrong. Go on, Ms. Clerk. Madam Clerk.
Ms. Solotel.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I echo what Mr. Weddleton said. Thanks.
Thank you, Ms. Solotel.
Ms. Kennedy.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I have a couple of comments, I guess. I do want to say thank you to the administration in the way that they actually are answering a lot of questions relatively quickly. So I've been pretty impressed about the turnaround time and certainly the way that you all were able to put together this meeting, knowing that everybody is just in all different directions. But anyway, I think one of the things that I want to say is really definitely more on a more personal level, and that is, you know, there are certainly people in our community that are still trying to figure out what this self-quarantining and this stay-at-home order looks like. And some people are doing really well, and some aren't actually doing very well at all. But it's been interesting to get some of their phone calls and their text messages and certainly the emails. And I appreciate the fact that people are really trying hard to stay connected. And, you know, I absolutely believe that by the grace of God, we're going to get through this. And I think one of the things that I know people are missing are their opportunities to meet together and really, you know, to do that hugging and shaking hands and reassuring people at a time when they need that reassurance. But I just want to suggest to the mayor that with all of the orders and that are coming out, that maybe he suggests a opportunity for us to declare a day of prayer in the municipality of Anchorage. And maybe it's a day, maybe it's an hour of prayer. But I know there are people who on a regular basis are really praying that we all get through this with flying colors or as best we can. And so if we can't meet at our churches, maybe we can set aside a time to specifically know that we're all meeting together in prayer. So, and that's about it. But thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Kennedy. Madam Clerk, did you want to ask a question too?
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I wanted to ask the folks on the phone if you could let us know, has the sound gotten better for you? Mr. Falsey was complaining about it feeling like a little bit of a tunnel, but it feels like it's gotten better. Has it gotten better for you?
Weddleton says the last two-thirds was very, very clear.
And Kennedy echoes that.
See, there was an echo. That was the problem.
Funny.
Austin, I agree.
Great. Thank you, guys.
Mr. Rivera.
Thank you. And yes, I would also agree that the audio has been very good on my end. I want to take a minute and remind everyone, thank you to a grocery worker. I'm going to actually pull a dice in here and tell a short story. So a decade or so ago, when I was 20, not 10 like some of you are thinking, I was studying at Alaska Pacific University, and I spent my summers traveling back to Texas visiting family. And I worked at a local grocery chain called H-E-B. They are pretty popular in Texas and in Mexico. That's where they operate mainly. And about 10 years ago, there was a huge hurricane that hit the border of Texas. And I volunteered as emergency relief to go to the border and see what we could do to get the grocery stores back up and running. The hurricane caused a huge, marvelous amount of damage, and not marvelous in a good way. And on the way to the border, I remember passing National Guard checkpoints where National Guard members were armed to the teeth. It was actually quite frightening. It was like going into a war zone. And when we finally got to the stores that we were helping out, I remember very much that the local townsfolk were lined up cheering and thanking us for coming to help get their grocery store open because they were in such dire need of food. And so they treated us and lauded us as heroes. And we should be doing the same for so many different categories. But for now, I'm talking about grocery workers. So please, the next time you go to a grocery store, say thank you to a grocery worker. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Rivera. Who's next? Madam Clerk.
Ms. LaFrance.
Thank you. I appreciate Mr. Rivera's comments. And the audio definitely has been better. And I did want to say that I have received constituent feedback that the hunker down directive is being broadly interpreted. And there was a suggestion that maybe we could provide, or the mayor might provide, some specific examples of what constitutes hunkering down. There have been some cases on social media, folks suggesting, invite your hairdresser over, have a massage in your house, have a small party, and maybe or maybe not that's in line with the hunker down, but definitely there's some confusion. Thanks, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Ms. LaFrance. Who's next? Mr. Peterson?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I wanted to let you know that my audio has been great from the beginning because I've been watching the Muni channel, and so I've been able to hear everything. I had to get used to sitting here with my TV remote in one hand and my phone in the other, and I had to remember which remote to hit in the correct order. But other than that, it worked out pretty well.
Thank you, Mr. Peterson.
Ms. Quinn Davidson.
Thank you, Barbara, and thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to say thanks to all of you for making this happen and just quickly adapting like you and we always do on the Assembly to the needs of what's going on in the community. And, that these are pretty scary times, but I mean this completely sincerely, that with this group of people in charge, and I'm including both our team and then the mayor's team, that we'll get through this and we'll do the best we absolutely can. So I'm just really, really proud to serve with all of you, and thank you for working so hard.
Mr. Perez Verdilla.
Thank Thank you. Just a few comments. Yeah, I want to echo the thank you to the administration. I've been really impressed over the last few weeks in terms of their responsiveness and their communication, both with us and with the public at large. I feel like that they've done a really wonderful job in a time that's very difficult to make decisions quickly and to try to get ahead of something that is really unknown for most of us. So I just want to give a real big thank you and appreciation to the administration. I also want to thank all of you, my colleagues on the Assembly. I've just been really impressed with your focus and your dedication. I'm coming up on my first year on this body, and it's been a real and amazing experience. And this meeting was a wonderful example of how responsive and adaptive this body can be and still remain really focused on the most important things. So just lots of thank yous, and for those listening tonight, I want to just sort of urge everyone to stay home and to stay safe and stay healthy, and to know that we'll make it through this. So thanks so much, and have a good night. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Perez-Fradilla. Mr. Constant?
Thank you. What a time to live. The Washington Post has recently published a very interesting document that shows some analysis done by a company called Unicast that tracks the MAC address in all of our phones, which is a little creepy. But the MAC address is a little individual code in your phone, and they are absolutely tracking the distances people are traveling in their personal lives right now. And the data is showing something that Alaskans, and in particular Anchorage citizens, should be quite proud of. That the number one place that's practicing social distancing, because what they're doing is using the MAC address to see how people are reducing their travel to avoid this virus. The number one place in the United States is the District of Columbia. And they're getting an A, we're getting an A. We're the number two. Alaska is the number two place in the whole country. The District of Columbia has reduced their travel as a whole by 60%. So the state of Alaska has reduced its travel by 53%. But the municipality of Anchorage has reduced its travel by 63%. We are, in fact, self-distancing more even than the number one place in the whole United States of America. So if you contemplate the gravity of the moment we are living in, and the fact that we have very few tools to fight the fight that we're fighting, but we do have one tool, and that tool is to practice social distance, to stay away, to stay home, to live a different life for a little while. Anchorage is doing better than the best place in America. So we can celebrate the fact that we are going to flatten this curve, and we're ahead of it. And we're doing it in such a way that even the data, your phone, is proving that fact. And so to all of us residents of this municipality, keep it up. We're in the middle of it, and we're going to make it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. So I guess I just very briefly, I want to echo what Mr. Constant said and thank my colleagues who practice social distancing by being on the phone. I know it's not easy or fun to follow this complicated of a meeting with your packet beside you. It's extremely difficult. So thank you to all of my colleagues who were able to follow along tonight. I also want to thank the clerk staff and the IT and audiovisual staff and security here as well. Everyone who helped make this possible. This is actually a lot more work than it looked like, and they all did an amazing job. So hopefully we'll see each other again on March 31st. I'll entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
We're adjourned.